Good morning everyone and welcome to AirReview TV's live coverage of the Eastbourne International Airshow 2026. We're here for day 2 after a fantastic day 1. Quite a short day, but there was plenty of action going on and today is even busier. We've got a jam-packed programme with no breaks at all, so make sure to get your cups of teas ready. Some biscuits, that's what we're certainly going to be wishing we could be doing, but we're up on top of a tower. It was very hot yesterday, as I'm sure Chris, who's with me here, will agree.
Yes, we were cooked alive.
We was cooked alive on top of the tower, but it is beautiful weather today and we have got a bit of a breeze, as I'm sure you can see from the flower we have on screen there. But the beach is getting busy already. Flying is due to start in around about an hour's time. And what we'll do is we'll just run you through the list of what's going to be flying today, as we've got a fantastic one. So, kicking things off today, we have got the RAF Tutor display, which will be flown by Rich Tamala. It's a fantastic display, and yesterday we had the lovely black and yellow Tutor. Not sure whether or not we'll be getting that one again today or not, but it really does stand out beautifully on the blue sky, and it was a fantastic sequence which Rich has designed this year. Following the Tutor, we've then got the P-51D Mustang Marinell, flown by Isabel Rutland, and it's a wonderful display with plenty of topside passes, which again, in weather like this, just stands out beautifully, and really hoping we can capture more of that today. The lovely sun shining off the beautiful silver Mustang, and actually a really interesting story. Yesterday, I believe it was 82 years yesterday, that it was lost in an accident in the war, and then yesterday it was displaying at Eastbourne, so a fantastic way to commemorate that and, you know, a tribute to those who lost their lives in the Second World War. And following the Mustang, we have the Firebirds, which John Dodd and Nigel Reed, obviously most famous for their nighttime displays, which are absolutely fantastic with the pyrotechnics and LEDs, but they are equally as impressive in the day with very, very graceful manoeuvres, beautiful smoke trails, and yeah, again, blue sky, they just stand out fantastically, and we've been absolutely blessed so far at Eastbourne this year to have fantastic weather, and actually at all the airshows we've done, it's been absolutely beautiful. And following the Firebirds, we have the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Yesterday we had 2 Spitfires and the Dakota. Not sure if it's going to be the same today, whether or not the Hurricane's available, that I'm not sure. But we do have the BBMF, and we will actually be showing a little highlight video from yesterday of those shortly. Following the BBMF, Richard Goodwin, who flies as crazy as always with his 2 jets on his custom pits special. Fantastic display, and actually I feel like some of his hover manoeuvres yesterday were some of the best hovering manoeuvres I've ever seen. They were very low, and I'm sure, again, Chris, on the camera there watching with me, how did you find Richard Goodwin's hovering manoeuvres yesterday? Very close.
They were very spectacular. I often see them.
No, not that close. I feel like he's done a great job of bringing it even closer to the crowd this year, and I think it's it's a great addition to his already fantastic display, and yeah, always great to see Richard on the schedule. Following Rich, we've got the Stampe formation team, who are another fantastic team. 4 Stamps, 1 with smoke, but the rest are brightly coloured, all different, so there's some really nice variation in their display. And then it goes into a bit of a solo with Richard, the leader, after the formation display is broken apart. So that always looks fantastic. Again, very graceful and very nice to see, especially on a lovely seaside airshow like this. And then following the Stomps, we've got another barnstorming style act, which is the Aerosuperbatics WingWalkers. I believe again today it's solo, but I believe from Saturday and Sunday it will be a duo. So just today, just one, but again, however many aircraft they've got, it's always a fantastic display with a fantastic sound of those prop tips going almost supersonic on the Stearman. And then another unique sounding aircraft straight after the WingWalkers will be the Westland Wasp and the Black Cats, which I believe at first we joined together in Toronto formation before breaking off into their solo routines, which will be first of all the Wasp, and then following that the fantastic Black Cats, flown by Jim Fraser of the Royal Navy. Another fantastic display. It's always great to see the Black Cat. It sounds great, it looks great, and over the sea it just looks in its natural habitat, doesn't it? It's fantastic. So following the Black Cats, we've got from Biggin Hill, Spitfire. Again, not entirely sure which one this was, because we was expecting it to be the Spirit of Kent Spitfire, but actually it was their recently restored, or relatively recently restored, desert camo one, which was beautiful. So wouldn't mind seeing that again, but it would also be great to see Spirit of Kent, so whatever they send is always a fantastic display. And then following that, something that I've definitely never seen at Eastbourne and hasn't flown here for many years as far as I'm aware, it's the Boeing B-17 Flying Fortress Sally B, which has been, fantastically supported, around the airshow circuit for a good number of years now. I would like to say almost 30 years or more. I will have to check that. But yeah, it's a fantastic display and one we don't really see enough of, in my opinion, at the seaside shows. So it'd be great to see Sally B. And following on that, one of the highlights of the show for us, certainly, because it's something we've not seen before on our live streams, the MiG-17 from Fubar Aviation in Poland, making its Eastbourne debut. And again, yesterday it was fantastic. And as far as I'm aware, today's display should be even better because it hasn't got quite so far to fly. Flying out of Lid, so it's much closer, so there should be more fuel, more afterburner or reheat. It's another fantastic display. And then closing the show, the noisiest of them all, the RAF Typhoon, flown by Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation. It's an absolutely fantastic display. Of course, on Dragon 1, as I'm sure you all know already. Flying out of Coningsby, although it'll be basing out of Bournemouth this week, as far as I'm aware. So just a bit further along the coast. So a fantastic display. And that will be closing the show today around about 4 o'clock, I believe. So we'll be starting flying in under an hour now. And yeah, we are really hope that you're all settled down and looking forward to today's flying. It's jam-packed, there is no breaks, so I hope you can all enjoy it as much as we do. And just a thing to say to you all, if you haven't already liked and subscribed the stream, please do so. It's free to do and it really does help us to keep bringing these free live streams to you. We're not paid to be here. We do it because we love it, and all of your support goes a long way. So another way you can support us if you want to do so is you can become a premium member of AeroView TV. Now, the way you can do that is by going to watch.aeroview.tv. And there are benefits to it as well. You can get access to our highlights programs, which are for our premium members only. So effectively, rather than having to watch through all 4 days of live stream, at the end of each show, we make a nice hour to an hour and 30-minute program with some cockpit footage, some exclusive interviews, and it's all condensed into about an hour and a half. So you can see the best of each air show, just without having to go through the whole live stream of each day. It's $4.99 a month, and you can cancel any time, but it really does go a long way in helping us to keep bringing these free live streams. But there's another benefit as well. You also get access to our premium live streams, of which we have a couple coming up this year. In just a couple of weekends' time, we've got Little Gransden Airshow, which is going to be a premium live stream. So if you want to watch that, you do need to become a member on watch.aeroview.tv, which is now showing on the screen. And yeah, it's a great lineup they've got this year. They've got some really unique stuff, which you don't really see too often, particularly on the seaside air shows. But they're also getting their RAF Typhoon debut, which is fantastic. It's such a small airfield. It really is going to sound fantastic and look fantastic over the countryside there. So please do go and check that out if you haven't already. As I say, you can cancel any time, $4.99 a month, and it really does help us to keep bringing these free broadcasts to you like this one. And we have got more streams to come as well. We've got another free stream at Leon Solent a little bit later this month on the 22nd of August at the Lee Summer in Lee, and a new addition to their event this year, which is the People's Air Display, as they're calling it. And yeah, they've got the BBMF amongst a few other displays, including the WingWalkers. So it's a really nice community air show. Not anywhere near the scale of Eastbourne, of course, but it's their first year, so it's great to see something new, and the lovely backdrop of the Isle of Wight will look fantastic. That's a free stream, and then following that, one of our bigger events of the year, the Hampshire Air Festival, which has a lot of fantastic displays, including a dust display on the Saturday evening, which includes the MiG-17 with its reheat at night, which is going to look absolutely fantastic. It's going to sound fantastic. We've got a drone display there and various other elements such as the Firebirds, airborne pyrotechnics. It's a show you won't want to miss. So do go ahead and check out watch.aeroview.tv and become a member so you don't miss that stream. There is no other live stream there. We are the broadcast partner for the Hampshire Air Festival, and we're very, very excited to be partnering with them. And we hope to see the air show, be a new addition regularly on the calendar. So yeah, there's a lot going this year, and it's all compact pretty much into August, early September. So do hope that you'll join us and enjoy all our highlights programs. We've got some coming very soon as well. Just after Eastbourne, we'll be publishing the Torbay or English Riviera Airshow highlights program. Unfortunately, we had a couple of delays with that, which it's going to be published soon though, and Eastbourne will follow in about 2 weeks' time with our highlights program. A week, 2 weeks' time, we'll be getting that uploaded. So yeah, really do thank you all for your support, and even a like and a subscription goes a long way. It's free to subscribe on YouTube and like, so make sure to hit the subscribe if you haven't already, hit the like, and that really does help us a lot. But for now, we're going to leave you a bit of a highlight ahead of today's flying. From yesterday, the beautiful Battle of Britain memorial flight with the Dakota and 2 Spitfires.
Today by Seb Davey, alongside him Jamie Jackson, Al Luckins and Andy Priest in the fighters. Please welcome the Battle of Britain memorial flight. To open the show today, you'll see just a number of 3-ship passes in this formation before they break formation. An opportunity then to see the Dakota in its own right, and then we'll conclude with a fabulous tail chase. Unusually now with 2 Spitfires, as the Hurricane was unavailable today. Dakota, or DAC as it was known in British parlance, the C-47 Dakota. Coming out of DAC, of course, coming out from the manufacturer itself, the Douglas Aircraft Corporation, without doubt one of the most successful aircraft designs in history. Became one of the world's most famous military transport aircraft and saw widespread use by the Allies during World War II, and subsequently by air forces and civilian operators around the world. Magnificent Spitfire, of course, the shape and sound of them already marked at the opening of our display this afternoon. Spitfires fought in every operational theatre of the war and remained in Royal Air Force frontline service right up until 1954. There was an extraordinary legacy and an amazing development program because by the end of the war, the Spitfire carried an engine producing more than twice the power of the original. Its maximum takeoff weight and rate of climb had more than doubled. its firepower had increased by a factor of 5 and its maximum speed had been increased by a third, all essentially in the same airframe. Leading from the front in Tango Echo 311, the Mark 16, an aircraft built once again at Castle Bromwich, in its clipped wings, taken on charge in June 1945. Right on its tail, though, Flight Lieutenant Andy Priest, a name who's been well known on the air display circuit for many, many years, came to the fore as the Royal Air Force Tutor display pilot, doing wonderful things with the little aircraft you saw just an hour or so ago. AB, as we just refer to it in the business, was delivered to 133 Squadron at Biggin Hill in June 1942 and flew 29 operations with this particular unit. They all have so many tales to tell, too much to talk about now whilst we just enjoy the sight and sound of these marvellous machines. But the Spitfire, of course, played a major part in achieving ultimate victory in World War II. As they go into their final parting roll, we remember the 2,300 and more pilots who flew in that Battle of Britain. As the Dakota maneuvers back into Crowd Center, the fighters prepare to rejoin the formation for its departure. As a tactical transport aircraft, the Dakota was used to carry troops and freight, for the airdropping of supplies and paratroops, for towing gliders and for casualty evacuations. Its amazing ruggedness became legendary under the demands of war, and its capabilities were increased to permit it to carry a payload more than double the original specification, or 28 fully equipped soldiers and paratroops. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a wonderful airborne farewell as they wave off back to base to hopefully keep these venerable aircraft in our sight for many, many decades to come. Oh, I just love a bit of Coldplay. In fact, I suspect most people do. But you can experience some of the tribute bands during the course of this week as well. And Gary here is just having a little check out. What's going on this evening?
Bee Gees.
Oh,
Tragedy.
Ooh. Yeah, well, it
Night
is.
Fever. And all that.
Well, I don't
Staying
mind.
alive.
I don't mind a bit of night fever.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody seemed to be having a wonderful time. And the night before, too, for the eclipse, a lot of people up around the seafront, which is gorgeous to see.
8 o'clock tonight at the bandstand. Also an event on it. There's a show on at the Congress as well tonight. Obviously, lots of things going on in Eastbourne through the evening. So
well, I'm pleased to hear.
When the air show is finished, when the air displays are finished, stay in Eastbourne because there's so much to do. Spend the evening here in Eastbourne.
And well, it's your job to make sure they know where to go and at what time. Tomorrow, I think there's Motown as well, isn't there? I'm pretty sure I saw a Motown trip, but I don't think that's a bandstand thing. I think that's a Congress thing. So we'll get that sorted for you to make sure that you do all ensure that you have a really, really super time. And as Gary said, we do hope that you'll stick around. Great restaurants, you know, a lot of fun, plenty of bars and musical entertainment. Not just on the bandstand, actually. I was walking along in front, I think it was the landstand the other night, and there was somebody thumping out some really good sounds. So anyway, Gary, you catch up with us a bit later on.
Yeah, we've got plenty of things happening, and also obviously remind you as well, it is a very hot day once again in Eastbourne, so make sure you drink plenty of fluids, and also make sure sun cream is worn throughout the day. 22 minutes after midday, this is Radio Airborne. Desiree, and you've got to be here on 87.7 Radio Airborne. It's Gary King and George Smoky Bacon taking you through the flights today from 1 o'clock through until around 4. And a reminder, yes, I mentioned about the Bee Gees tribute show. It's We're Staying Alive. It's taking place tonight, 8 o'clock at the bandstand. Tickets are available from the Seafront office, or just visit eastbournebandstand.co.uk. For those of you who have parked at 5 Acre Field, a reminder the last bus will depart from Cavendish Pace at 7 o'clock this evening. As we continue, this is Katrina and the Waves, back to the mid-80s, Walking on Sunshine from Radio Airborne.
Oh, well, we're definitely getting in the mood now with just about half an hour to go before we start flying. And I'm delighted to be joined right now by Councillor Jenny Williams. Jenny, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lovely to see you again.
Indeed, indeed. I can't believe, where did that year go?
I know, and you don't look a year older at all. I probably look younger.
Oh, you definitely do.
Yes,
there's no doubt about that. And a busy, busy week for you, although Eastbourne has a busy season anyway, does it?
Yeah, the season is, it starts in late May, and we have a great time. We always know when summer arrives because we have all these events and activities happening along our seafront. We are all year round, but it's glorious in the sunshine.
So in the summer, are you more tennis fan or aviation airborne fan?
Well, all of it. I do love my tennis and my Pims in the sunshine. It was brilliant this year.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we have bandstand events all summer, and I've just had the best time. Picnics on the beach. We've had a brilliant summer, haven't we?
It just keeps giving, doesn't it?
Yeah, literally.
I know we're short of water, but we need hydration today. We've been plugging that because, it is potentially dangerous, these temperatures. But nonetheless, let's flick backwards a little bit. What's your role in this? So you the person that says, OK, guys, go ahead, or is it like, do you have broader shoulders and half a dozen people who bear that responsibility?
I wish I could say that, but actually, as the councillor, I like to call myself the cheerleader in chief. And there is an incredible team that work all year round, the events team, who I would like to say are the best in the country at putting on large-scale events like this. I mean, certainly this air show is incredible. But the team behind it are from Eastbourne Borough Council, and they work in partnership with all of these folks that you'll see here today. So, no, I don't do it, but I do actually support them. I go out there and I say how important it is for our town.
Well, and I do my best too. I don't know whether
I appreciate it.
I don't know whether Pete ever let on, but I was the person who put in the nomination for the best events team of last year.
Oh, thank you.
And Pete and I went to the award ceremony together, and it was a lovely, lovely evening. I'm delighted to say that I picked up best support to the events business because I do a lot of lobbying work. No, but I was really disappointed for poor Pete because Pete has worked his socks off to make this happen, hasn't he, every year? It has not been easy. Tell me just how difficult it is for you to balance the budgets and the activity and the staff.
Yeah, and we know that councils all across the country have had some real financial challenges. And we've worked really hard, and especially the events team, to make sure that we can cover the costs. We know it costs nearly £500,000.
Yeah.
We need sponsors, we need people buying programs, there's donation buckets, there's corporate partners who are incredible, and we couldn't do it without their support. The hoteliers, and it's a team effort to make this happen. But we know it's so important for our town. It's great for our visibility, it's great for our tourism, 1 in 4 jobs, and it's also great to showcase Eastbourne as a brilliant destination.
And it must be a difficult balance because clearly the hospitality business benefits hugely from any events, not just this one, but all the things you do all summer promoted by you. But very often that flow of money gets a bit mixed up. So you must have a very good relationship where the council, unusual in some areas that I know around the country, but you're equally supportive of each other. Is that, hopefully that's the case?
It is the case, and thank you for recognising that, because when you have a town where 1 in 4 jobs is about tourism, that's our responsibility to make sure that we're absolutely invested in that. When you have a town where you have brilliant restaurants, bars, hotels, places to see, this makes my job worthwhile. And as you say, it is about that partnership and recognising that they are mutually beneficial.
Well, I mean, it's absolutely wonderful because all councils now are looking at all sorts of different strategies to ensure that with the income, which is huge in some locations, isn't it, during the course of a week, that people don't appreciate just how much this means to the local economy. The turnover is vast. So well done you, and of course to them for supporting us back, like the Lansdowne providing rooms for the pilots and things like that. And now we've got Holder as a gold sponsor.
And we're so grateful, and thank you to each and every sponsor. We make every penny count, and like you were, thank you for nominating us, but it is about every single person that buys a program, every single person that sponsors us, every single person that puts money in the donation box is our partner in making this happen. So we recognise everybody. And of course, what's brilliant about it, with the donations, we call on our local charitable partners and say, help us collect. And they also get a return on that. So we hope that everybody benefits.
Well, I'm usually the first to say there's no such thing as a free air show. And because it is a joint effort.
It is.
You know, you clearly lead from the front on it, but then the businesses recognise that and they chip in as well. But actually, you know, this costs thousands and thousands, as we said, you know, nearly 500,000. So everybody who's come here today, there is a bit of responsibility, I think, for everybody to chip in where they can. You've got a couple of tap locations as well, because now, I mean, I can't remember when I last used cash. It's frightening.
Yeah, and certainly if you can tap in and use your card, you can donate by cash into the boxes, but we do have card readers as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought, which is, you know, you've got to go with the digital flow of the modern world, haven't you?
Exactly right.
Yeah, I know, goodness knows. What I love about this is the one thing you can't replicate by AI. You've got to sit on the beach and actually watch a real aeroplane. You could stay at home and watch some sort of images and things, but it's not the same, is it?
No, and to cool off with your feet in the cold sea air, there's nothing like it's in the cold sea water. There's nothing like it.
I've been in twice already.
Oh, well done.
I got here Wednesday evening, went straight in the sea. It's 21 degrees.
Proper swim out?
Proper swim out.
Done.
I did the same. I was absolutely dripping last night at the end of the show.
Yeah.
First thing I did was put my swimmers on, went in, absolutely gorgeous. It's like a cool bath. It's nowhere near cold. Honestly, it's just absolutely gorgeous.
And I bet you felt revived.
I
felt
did.
Really good for it.
Yeah,
afterwards.
I know. I did. Absolutely, new person. It was fantastic. So, I don't know. Do you have any favourites in the airshow programme? Let's mention the Reds then. Clearly, everybody's favourites. Hugely disappointing, but you were very gracious. I did. I'm pretty sure it was you. I heard on a local radio station to say that actually the paramount thing is about safety.
100%, and they've been our partners for many, many years, and we know that they would have pulled out every stop to be with us, but they couldn't, and they don't cancel for no good reason. They cancelled because it was about safety for their pilots and their crew, and we 100% support that. We'll miss them this year and welcome them back if they can make it, please, next year.
Well, and I think it speaks volumes when you see so many people coming into town. Now, talk about coming into town. Are you concerned about the rail crash yesterday? Because that was on the Eastbourne line. What measures are in place to make sure people can get here?
Yeah, I mean, it was a shock for everybody, wasn't it? I was travelling back myself, so just to shout out to our support to those people, just heartfelt, just thinking about those folks involved in that. We are understanding there is Brighton to Eastbourne trains unaffected, and there's extra carriages. Hastings to Eastbourne, extra carriages. We do have put on extra parking, so you can still get here.
Brilliant. And that's our preferred method, of course, environmentally sounder
Yes,
to actually come by train if you can. And, the less vehicles, the better, because that is the biggest footprint. I mean, I'm involved at national level in talking about the environmental effects, but actually the aircraft are titchy-witchy.
It's about 6.5%, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of it is travel, and the next big one, I hate to say, is food waste.
Yeah.
You know,
so we can all do our bit. If we can get here by train, that's brilliant. And we can from Brighton and from Hastings. The trains are unaffected. And if you are able to pick up your litter, no food waste, and help us get those green, that would be great.
Yeah, well, I'm very, very pleased to hear that. Now, I did touch on favourites. If I were to say, have a look at the programme, which is up here on the wall, okay, we have some welcome changes back today.
Yeah.
Is there something on there you haven't seen before? I bet there is.
Well, I haven't seen the Red Devils display, actually.
Oh, good.
I really haven't seen that. And I was thinking, have I seen, because I've been coming here since my kids were little for 19 years.
Right.
And I don't think I've ever seen that.
Oh, we all love that.
But I love the mix of heritage and modern that we get here as well. So, so I'm looking forward to that one. And I always love the wing walk.
Oh, don't we all? They're amongst all our
do.
favourites, aren't they? They're just fantastic.
I think I'd quite like to do that one day, but I don't think I'm brave enough.
Well, you can do one for charity.
Oh, all right then.
Yeah, you just go walking. Well, I'll introduce you to the pilot.
Oh my gosh, what have I let myself in for?
Yeah. No, that would be fantastic. You can raise money for next year's Airborne. How about that?
As long as I go upside down.
You definitely get plenty of that. I'll ask for double upside down for you, okay? And we'll make the most of that. It's been a real pleasure chatting to you again, Jenny. I hope you have a fantastic weekend.
Wishing everybody a brilliant Airborne.
Thank you so much for joining us. All right, we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
87.7 FM, this is Radio Airborne. We're about a quarter of an hour away from the start of today's flying here at the Eastbourne Airshow. It's Gary King and George Smoky Bacon with you through until 4 o'clock. Do remember to donate money towards keeping Airborne going for the next coming years. Plenty of people coming around with buckets, and also, of course, buy a program as well. Also, you will be able to pick up the flight schedule for today. And of course, if you're coming tomorrow, you can get the updated schedule tomorrow as well from the sellers, giving you the details of the flight plans for tomorrow as well. As we continue, this is Survivor, an Eye of the Tiger here on Radio Airborne.
Wonderful stuff indeed, and that was lovely to chat to Jenny, wasn't it, and get a real insight to what's going on and the responsibilities and the difficulties of keeping this show going. So we do hope that you'll give as generously as possible. Well, I'm already joined by my first co-commentator for the opening of the show, which is just about 10 minutes away now. So good time to catch up on your teas and coffees, sandwiches, whatever you may need. And the all-important, of course, sunscreen, particularly on the children, hats, and rehydration. Make sure you've got enough drinks to see you through, because once we start flying today, we're going to carry on right through until just after 4 o'clock. So it is going to be a long afternoon. I'd hate you to miss anything. Swimmers, but by the way, there are some little yellow buoys you'll see there. That is the furthest extent of going out. We just ask you, generally speaking, please, whether you're on a kayak or a board, just to stay as close as possible to the beach during the course of the flying display, because it could interrupt. It is your safety, as well as the safety of the pilots, that we're mostly concerned about. And keep hold of everything. There's a lovely, lovely breeze now has come up, which is just glorious. But there's a lot of umbrellas around the place. And clearly, thank you so much for not flying any kites or balloons. And definitely keep the drones in the boot of the car. We don't want to see any of those during the day. But it is quite important. There are a lot of moving parts. We're getting more boats out now onto the ocean as well. They're being marshalled by stewards out on the water. And once again, thanks to all the lifeguards and those support staff from the RNLI. It was extraordinary, despite it being beautiful weather. Last year was a bit tricky, and I'm surprised at the number of people that required assistance. It was 52 last year. So please go carefully when you do go in the water, and stay as close to the beach as is reasonably possible. Thank you so much. Oh, wonderfully cool sounds from Chris Rea, and I'm delighted it is a little bit cooler. I tell you, yesterday it was a sauna everywhere, whether you're inside or outside. Terrific stuff. Well, we've just got a couple of minutes to go now before we commence flying. I'm currently joined by two scurrilous young officers who have sought refuge in my commentary box. I won't say which one's the better one at the moment, because luckily one's going to talk about the Royal Air Force flying, the other's going to talk about Royal Navy flying, and we can award them points at the end of the afternoon, which I think will lead us into a great deal of fun. Coming up very shortly, we've got Flight Lieutenant Ross Edmonds, who I think you probably will have heard yesterday. I've certainly put up with him at least 5 times this year already, and you spotted his pilot as well. So what is that, Ross, and where's it going? Why is it going the other way?
Yeah, well, good afternoon, George. It is the Grob Tutor, flown by the Royal Air Force, Navy, and the Army Air Corps. And it's going the other way because our pilot, Rich Tamala, needs to be setting up for his display sequence. He'll do a couple of checks beforehand. But yeah, so he's flying the opposite direction. Sounds a bit weird, looks a bit weird, but rest assured he will come back in towards us moments for you.
Well, that's great. Well, if you want to watch it, by the way, on TV, I've just been reminded, of course, we've got Luke, who's a really bright young lad, up on somebody's roof somewhere on the seafront here, who is transmitting on AeroView. So if you want to go to AeroView right now, if you're not in a good sight, then you'll be able to see a moment-by-moment, blow-by-blow account of the entire afternoon's flying on that. And thank you to him as well, taking the stream from us and keeping you all in touch. And a great way to catch up on something if you've inadvertently had to shoot off somewhere. But anyway, we're going to hear a lot about this, and we're going to hear bits about how this aircraft leads in not just the Royal Air Force, but also to the Royal Navy. Sadly, we don't have an Army Air Corps display here, but nonetheless, you know, that is exciting. If you do get the chance to watch it with Aeropaches, it's a great show. But meanwhile, time now to concentrate on the Royal Air Force Tutor, and I'll leave you in the hands of Flight Lieutenant Ross Edmonds.
Yeah, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. As oh so eloquently introduced there by George, my name is Flight Lieutenant Ross Edmonds, and I'll do my best to give you a little talk through of the Tutor display. So if you look out into the 12 o'clock, we've got our little yellow aircraft, the Grob Tutor. Hopefully you can see him glinting there in the sun. He's just given us the call to run in over the radio, so he'll begin his pass, or his first pass, directly towards us. It's a training aircraft with the Royal Air Force, Navy, and the Army Air Corps. And I'll hopefully give you a bit more information as we go through the display. But running in towards us, you see those white strobes flashing on the wingtips. He's running in the center at nearly 200 miles per hour. It's the display pilot for the 2026 season, Flight Lieutenant Rich Tamala. He's going to pull up and convert his height or speed into height to perform his first maneuver, the Hammerhead. Flight Lieutenant Tamala was born and raised in Cwmbran in South Wales and started his flying career in the Royal Air Force in 1996, flying the C-130. Rich is going to enter a half Cuban, combination of a pitch, roll, and loop to change direction back along the crowd line. Look at that aircraft glistening there in the sun, beautiful. This is Rich's first year in the Tutor display, and he's operating at a base height of 500 feet, except his final 2 passes at 200 and 100. He's pulling up there in the middle for a loop for you all. At the top of that loop, he's inverted, experiencing total weightlessness and 0G. And as he pulls back down, leveling off at 500 feet, he's going to be pulling and increasing those G-forces to roll out. He's now going to conduct another classic aerobatic maneuver to change direction, this time with the half horizontal. Unlike displaying in fast jets, the Tutor requires very careful energy management due to its low power-to-weight ratio. This is achieved mainly through the careful design of our display sequence. He's now going to move the aircraft away from you as he completes a quarter clover. Off he goes. But he's not displaying. Rich serves as a qualified flying instructor on East Midlands University's Air Squadron based at RAF Cranwell. It's time to get your cameras ready as he's going to pitch up for a stall turn. Now a full-time reserve officer, Rich was previously a senior officer whilst in regular service, serving his final tour as officer commanding of 45 Squadron on the Fenham at Royal Air Force Cranwell. As he runs back in towards us, he's going to complete another quarter clover to reposition back along the crowd line. During his 30-year career, he's amassed over 5,000 flying hours in 10 different aircraft types. As he rolls out there, he's going to complete a wing over, combined pitching and rolling maneuver used to turn the aircraft through 180 degrees. You'll notice throughout this display that every wing over is slightly different as Rich is carefully maneuvering the aircraft for those differing wind conditions and energy states. As he exits the wing over, he's going to pitch his nose up. There he goes, and begin a slow roll. Throughout the slow roll, Rich is skillfully coordinating elevator, rudder, and aileron inputs to keep that lift vector pointing upwards, preventing him from descending towards the ground. Pitching up again for another stall turn to the left now, just for a different angle. In his spare time, Rich is a military ski instructor and a mountain leader. As he pulls out of the stall turn, he's going to run back in towards crowd center for a variation of the call to clover. Initially, you'll observe that he completes the first half of a loop. Up he goes, before rolling away from you. The Tutor is operated by No. 6 Flying Training School in partnership with Babcock International Group, primarily flying University Air Squadrons, students and RAF Air Cadets, which is now going to conduct a half Cuban to fly back in towards us. There are 13 air experience flights across the UK that offer 20,000 cadets each year the opportunity to go fly. So if you join the aircraft, you could be in with a chance of doing just that. He's changing direction once again with a call to clover directly into a wing over. The Air Cadets also offers 50 pilot scholarships per year on the Tutor, with students following a syllabus akin to the private pilot's license. A highlight without a doubt being sent first solo. The Air Cadets is also one of the largest providers of the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme and offers a range of other adventurous training activities. Cameras at the ready, ladies and gents, as he's going to roll out here and enter a 4-point roll. 4-point roll, which will delicately coordinate the rudder, aileron and elevator to keep that nose pointed nicely above the horizon as he does so graciously there. He's now going to enter another wing over, and some of you may have noticed that we are, this time, in a bright yellow and black aircraft. It's truly one of a kind and originally part of a trial to help other other pilots identify the aircraft in the air, but it's now become a show favourite at air shows, and it's been given the nickname the Bumblebee, which is now going to complete a sequence of link manoeuvres he's named after his daughter as he rolls for the Amy roll. Those of you that are considering going to university, there are 15 university air squadrons across the UK. UAS students are taught to fly the Tutor by highly experienced qualified flying instructors such as Rich, so it's worth mentioning the UAS syllabus includes a solo aerobatics. He's going to conduct a half horizontal before descending to 200 feet for a 185-mile-per-hour fast pass. University Air Squadron also provide a huge opportunity for leadership development as well as adventure training and sport in the UK and abroad. After the fast pass, he's going to conduct a wing over. But arguably one of the most unique parts of this display compared to others that you may see today is that you, if you're aged between 13 and 20 or at university, can fly this exact aircraft, this exact aerobatic sequence, and even potentially with Rich himself. All you need to do is join the Air Cadets, or if you're slightly older, the University Air Squadron. Rich will now enter the final section of the display with a crowd favourite from last season, the oblique loop. Another great opportunity to capture some final photos. I'd additionally like to take this moment to say a massive thank you to our sponsors. Our appreciation goes to the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, Babcock International, Runway 25 and Squadron Prince. Feel free to visit their website or our tent today if you have any questions. Following a final half Cuban, Rich will bring the aircraft round for a final manoeuvre, the waving pass flown at 100 feet. Be sure to wave back, because rest assured, Rich can see you all inside. Give him a massive wave. Finally, a thank you to the Eastbourne Airshow and the Lansdowne Hotel for hosting us so generously this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2026 Royal Air Force Tutor display team.
Absolutely splendid. Do give him a massive wave off there. I like the Bumblebee. It's a super little aircraft. Absolutely ideal for me. And I think they got a reasonable thumbs up from the Navy team outside. So he's just shown them how to do it. We'll cast judgment on that a little later in the afternoon. But thank you so much, Ross. Look forward to seeing that all over again tomorrow.
Thank you, George.
A pleasure. Right, well, we are off and running now, and already I've heard the check-in from the next lady who's flying a superb aircraft. It's definitely one of my favourites. It is, of course, the P-51D Mustang, coming your way very, very shortly. Cool, that was a nice song, wasn't it? Oh, I hope you picked up that pun there.
Very good.
That got us off to a great start. I've got a really good feeling about today. You know, it's just a little more chilled out, a lot more people, which is just wonderful to see. And that cool breeze just taking the edge off what was a very hot day. I don't think you've done any flying at all, have you, Gary?
Oh, no.
No, you need to. You need to get airborne in something.
Unlike yourself, who's done lots of flying.
Yeah, serious amount. I spent half my life doing it and going upside down. I ran a couple of display teams and you know, morphed into from ex-radio to pilot and then everything else, you know. So it's just been a constant sort of DNA stream. Although I had nothing in my family ever before was involved in aviation. Just something that was lovely to pick up. And
visibility today is perfect, isn't
it? Yeah, it's a absolutely cracking day for it. As long as it's nice to have that bit of a breeze as well. But if you're interested in flying, well, first of all, not just you, but all the youngsters here today, go up to the Westland Lawns and have a chat with some of the military guys and talk to them. It's great to learn about their careers. And I always recommend going for a trial flight in a glider.
Yes, and there's a number of gliding clubs here in Sussex.
You should do it, because if you can handle a glider, a flying machine without an engine, you know what flying is all about. But I'm keeping my eyes open, as I hope everybody else is. Yesterday, from the right-hand side from Beachy Head, the next aircraft appeared. We're just waiting now to reset the airspace, reset the sea safety zones, and make sure that everything is set for everybody's safety to continue with flying, because this is the first of our, well, what can I say, roaring ones. It's got a great presence. It's a really, was a very important aircraft to have in the second half of the Second World War. And I know you're going to really enjoy this next one. So the first of our warbirds of the day, having learnt a little bit about how to get flying in today's modern light aircraft. So here we go. I hear a bit of sound breaking out behind me, which is really good news, because in the moment we're going to reach for the sky a little bit and get inside the cockpit of a P-51 Mustang. Now, it's a bit like a theatrical stage running an air show, something like this. Once we've got everything ready, including yourselves, of course, then we've got a full flight management team upstairs who are qualified and trained to manage each and every aircraft, which they've got to know personally as well. And it is all about timing, as you would expect in show business as well. So we're doing our best to, like our lovely Auntie B, inform, entertain, and explain things as we go through the day in the lightest possible manner to enjoy this wonderful summer afternoon. If you didn't pick up the message early on, if you're not able to join us or you've got family at home looking after a dog or with the grandchildren, something like that, they can tune into AeroView. But keep your eyes up high to the right-hand side, because it's time now to welcome Marinell and the pilot today, Isabel Rutland. And what a wonderfully distinctive sound that is indeed. A marvellous, marvellous aircraft. The most successful long-range fighter escort of World War II. Wasn't an instant success at first. It was designed, brought together by the British, often related to American squadrons and American pilots, but it was the British who in just 120 days put out a requirement to purchase more fighters. And the first of the Mustang range, the P-51s, were initially built with Allison engines, and they weren't too sharp at all at higher altitudes, feeling a bit underpowered, despite them working okay at lower altitudes. So in 1942, fairly late on in that year, the aircraft was transformed when the license-built Packard company, you'll often hear them referred to as Packard Merlins, installed the Merlin into the P-51B and C models. What a marriage that turned out to be, because then by just fine-tuning the design of the platform itself, the airframe with a bubble canopy and 6 guns, the P-51D turned into one of the most potent and iconic fighters of all time. An absolute pleasure to fly, really meaty, and vies for, of course, its status in the mythology of Second World War warbirds alongside the Spitfire. This aircraft had an incredible range of 2,000 miles thanks to its huge fuel capacity of 1,000 litres internally, plus 815 litres in drop tanks. Had a very impressive maximum level speed of just over 430 miles an hour at 25,000 feet and a max diving speed of 500 miles an hour. You'll hear the distinctive whistling sound coming from the airframe when Isabel puts it through its paces. Able to climb up to in excess of 41,000 feet as well. This aircraft, known as Marinell, was manufactured at North American's Inglewood factory in California and shipped to the UK, would you believe, on D-Day, 6th of June 1944, assigned initially to the 504th Fighter Squadron, part of the 339th Fighter Group of the very famous 8th Air Force. It was placed under the command of a young pilot called Captain Bradford Stevens. More about him in a moment, because flying it today, one of our many, many ladies, successful women in aviation, Isabel Rutland, who honed her skills in the aerobatic competitive world, flying many other aircraft, including the T6 Texan, but doing well with a pit special in aerobatic competitions, having achieved the 2023 Standard National Aerobatic Championship herself and winning the Tiger Trophy at the same time for her performance, and that was for any level in aerobatics during that particular competition. She's won many others as well, unsurprisingly. In addition to flying other heritage aircraft and aerobatic aircraft, she keeps current by training other people as a flight instructor on the Cirrus aircraft, and occasionally puts her toe into a PC-12 as well, a lovely, lovely single turbine engine aircraft made by Pilatus. Back in the day when Bradford Stevens took control of this aircraft, he was just 24 years old. He came into Britain through Liverpool docks in May 1944 and trained initially at Rice Army Air Base in California. He chose the name for this aircraft, Marinell, after a young girl he'd met, Mary Annell Stokes, I should say, 20 years old when they met. And on the morning of the 13th of August 1944, Captain Stevens carried out a bombing and strafing mission against railway targets in France in this very aircraft. He landed back at Falmere at 11:30 that morning after his combat report stated that the mission had received heavy, intense and accurate flak during the course of his mission. Very sadly, another chum of his on the same squadron, young Lieutenant Winkleman, he set out on another mission across to France in a dive-bombing sortie, flying Marinell, but was shot down at approximately 18:30. And he'd only been with that unit for just 45 days. The aircraft, however, had claimed 4 enemy planes to her name, 2 Fokker 190s and 2 ME-109s. It's an absolute delight to fly, real pleasure, strong, beefy aircraft, and great on the controls as well, but hugely effective, long-range escort fighter, able to penetrate well into Germany and as far as Berlin. And a lovely, lovely topside pass. Isabel there displaying this P-51D in all its glory, and marvellous backdrop for photographers out there with the sun just beating down on the wonderfully restored fuselage. Of course, the aircraft didn't just stop at the end of the Second World War. It went on to serve with the United States Army Air Force before being transferred to the Canadian Air Force, featured in Korean conflicts as well. Isabel just calling up in the background there for her last pass, so please, if you're down on the beach there, give her a lovely wave off. All the pilots love to be acknowledged. They can't hear you, of course, and it's just a great way of showing your appreciation for the work that they all do, giving up their weekends to bring these wonderful and important heritage aircraft to us. And off she goes safely into the wild blue yonder to return hopefully tomorrow. Well, Gary, I hope you enjoyed that.
Brilliant, brilliant. What I'm intrigued as well, George, is where aircraft are coming from to arrive here, because they must be travelling different parts of the country to get to Eastbourne, and exactly on time as well.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, of course we build in a little bit of a buffer, so they hold behind us. You can't actually see them. There are 3 holds. Left and right, and of course behind the town behind us as well. So, but it's all carefully choreographed. You're absolutely right. Aircraft based all over the place, and frequently seating like we're going to see the B-17 later on. That's coming all the way over from Duxford. Several aircraft at Biggin, others at Lydd, and others at Shoreham. So, you know, when you think how much extra cooperation is required, it's not just here in Eastbourne, and that's what the flight management team do. They're planning all that well in advance, and you know, occasionally they'll have wraps on the ground at each of these airfields as well.
Yeah, and of course the Eastbourne Airshow wouldn't be without its sponsors as well. Big thank you to the Horder Healthcare team, who are gold sponsor and also supporter of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight here at Airborne. Of course, Horder Healthcare, leading healthcare charity specialising in orthopaedic and physiotherapy services right across East Sussex and the South East. Founded in 1954, its mission is to advance health and improve lives through patient-centred care. Flagship hospital, the Horder Centre, based in Crowborough, nationally recognised for orthopaedic excellence and holds an outstanding CQC rating. Also, as well, big thank you to Pureprint. They're based here in Uckfield in Sussex for supporting the show, kindly printing the daily flying times each night, making sure they're down here at Airborne for you to pick up each day. And remember, if you haven't bought your programme, do make sure you get a programme for Airborne. If not today, make sure if you're coming down tomorrow, get a programme and also get details as well of the daily flying timetables.
Yeah, it's important you mention that. Every little bit helps. Those who maybe missed my discussion with Jenny Williams earlier on, really, really important. Try and donate where you can, either buy a programme. That's really good for the kids as well. Some great photographs in it, lots of background detail on the aircraft. But you'll see the bucket collectors coming around. They've got red tabards and obviously a bucket as well. But, you know, as I was saying, we need digital too. So pulling up right in front of us right now, we've got the Firebirds. It's an absolutely majestic display, this, utterly delightful, and absolutely perfect aircraft for this sort of pairs formation flying. Close in harmony. These are RV4s, without doubt one of the most popular home-built kit aircraft on the planet. So we're going to see pretty much a masterclass here in pairs formation flying. I find it very satisfying to watch. It's even more satisfying to practice yourself in an aircraft with a good wingman over your shoulder as well. And that's what we've got here. 2 massively experienced individuals. John Dodd is in flying number 2 today. Up front, Nigel Reed. And we'll drop in and out of the cockpit in a moment. You can hear some of the commands that you get. And it requires, obviously, an awful lot of training, practice, experience. But also requires you to be in each other's minds as well, to be totally trustworthy, both as whether you're leading or as the pilot who's following following closely as number 2, particularly when you move apart. That smoke, by the way, adds an additional safety item. It's not just aesthetics, it's absolutely environmentally friendly. Baby oil, you may have heard of some brands called Dina and the like of that. There are several marks of them, but it's just ideal. So when they break apart, just as the Red Arrows do, it's an absolutely easy, well, it's not necessarily always easy, but it is definitely an additional way to spot your wingman, particularly when they're away into sun and the like. So you can see now just what delightful these aircraft in as John Doddy to his mates pulls up and barrel rolls around the trailing smoke of the leader. Now there are literally tens of thousands of these aircraft now. They passed the 10,000 mark some years back, and with many different marks of them as well since they first came onto the market. He's mentioned that you could make these in your backyard, which in fact you can, as long as you get it down to an airfield, obviously, to get it test flown. But these two were actually imported. They were bought by the previous owners of these aircraft, and you may remember a team called the Fireflies. Yes, you've seen them here before. Same aircraft, just different pilots and different owners. These were actually imported from America initially back in I think it was around about 2014, and flew very, very successfully. Installed with a 160 horsepower 4-cylinder Lycoming engine, fixed pitch propellers, but they've got a lovely fighter pilot feel to them because they've got a tandem seat configuration with dual controls in the rear as well. So not just fun to fly, but also doubles up as a wonderful touring aircraft, being able to cruise around about 160 miles an hour. You've got a little bit of room for a bit of luggage as well to nip over for those long weekends in France. But let's get back in here. Here they are now, very versatile, speed ranging between 50 and 200 miles an hour, and requiring just 300 meters of space to get airborne or land. So the first half very much concentrating on pairs formation. They'll split later on, do a couple of solo maneuvers, or rather crossing maneuvers to be more precise, before then getting back for their own particular finale. And you just see how clear and crisp all the commands are. That's Nigel there, giving the input, and on that very final pitch of the last bit of any syllable, that is when the control inputs go in, and the job of the wingman is to exactly replicate the timing and breadth of the input into the cockpit using stick and rudder to make sure that he follows the shape precisely the same as the leader is carving in the sky. So here now, as they face each other, that smoke helping them to identify quickly for the next exciting crossover maneuver. As they pull up over the top there of any looping maneuver, they just look back over their shoulders, just correct that their wings are level, and then pulling out. That's when the G comes back on, both on the pull up and the pull out of these circling maneuvers in the sky. But these are well placed, these aircraft. They're capable of pulling up to +6 and -3. So just imagine your body's out there, you're all weighing 1G at the moment. Just imagine somebody pushing down hard on your head, 4, 5, 6 times your own weight. You're absolutely pressed into your seat. No G-pants here, they're not jet jockeys like the Red Arrows. So they come up with their own straining maneuvers and practice and exercise. Something you need to keep continually fit and able for. So these guys regularly practice, and of course they're both busy flying other aircraft as well. Sometimes airliners, sometimes a lot of other warbirds. Very lucky individuals. Now very popular around the circuit. These are the same aircraft you'll see sometimes at night, because they're equipped with LED lighting along the fuselage. You might be able to just see some of that. Coming out now of a stall turn, where they basically go up until they almost run out of airspeed and then just put in a big boot full of rudder on the command from the leader, and again replicating on edge, putting the aircraft through 180 degrees, pulling up now. And they put in a little quarter roll there. It's a lovely way of just changing direction gracefully. And as they pull back out, they check they're both in sight and in connection with each other. And then the G comes back on. They're quite modified, of course, for airshow performing, not just with the lights that I mentioned, but also fitted with the smoke system that you see as well. They're not fitted, however, for inverted flying, so they therefore must maintain positive G, which of course is essential to stop the fuel flow cutting out in the engine. They do that again harmoniously, again in synchronization, pulling up. G there at the top, they're just looking back over their shoulder, checking each other, checking their wings level, and then the G comes back on now as they pull back out of the loop. The aim being to replicate exactly the same amount of control input and therefore the same amount of G, which keeps the pair balanced. And there, just a little bit of stick input to keep the aircraft straight and level as they then put in a 180-degree roll. Effectively a half Cuban, not entirely the same shape, coming through here. Completing that by pulling through, putting in a twist to go out on what we call the B-axis. I mentioned it a little earlier because the configuration and design of the display is effectively around two different lines. One you can't see, one you can. The one you can see is the A-axis. That's going left to right with red and black buoys there out on the ocean. We'll often refer occasionally to the 45, and that is unsurprisingly half left and half right. Back in formation against another photo opportunity coming up here. From the Firebirds, stand by for the split. And there we go, for their final maneuver to give you the Firebird heart. A great chance to say hi to a stranger, hug your partner, offer your best wishes, and our grateful thanks on completion of that to the Firebirds. And that is them complete, and hopefully you'll be around tomorrow to see that all over again. Wonderful stuff.
Absolutely superb. Next flight coming up shortly. We'll come back to you, George, in a second. A reminder, don't rush off home after the show, air show is finished today. Plenty of things to do, so avoid the traffic. Stay a little longer here in Eastbourne. Enjoy some of the fabulous hospitality in one of Eastbourne's many hotels, bars, restaurants. You can visit Victoria Place, pop-up park with outdoor dining in the newly pedestrianised area of restaurants, which runs from the town centre and the seafront, offering Greek, Indian, Italian, Chinese, Belgium, American diner, fish and chips, so much more. There's also, of course, you can go and see the smash hit toe-tapping feel-good comedy Stepping Out, which is on at the Devonshire Park Theatre tonight and also tomorrow as well. Head to the Beacon Shopping Centre for more bars, restaurants, including axe throwing and other games in the Boom Battle Bar, or enjoy the latest movies at Cineworld, including the new Spider-Man movie, The Odyssey, and Paw Patrol. So much going on here in Eastbourne. So once today's finished, why not stay around for a while longer? Have a fantastic evening on this Friday here in Eastbourne.
Well, thanks for that, Gary. There's a little gap coming up, so I'm just going to drop a bit of light music in for you just to entertain. Something we all need. Actually, we may get it on Sunday. A little bit of summer rain.
What?
Let's wait and see. Coming up shortly, the Battleborough Memorial Flight.
Belinda Carlisle and Summer Rain. You are listening to live commentary of day 2 of the Eastbourne Airshow. We are Radio Airborne, 87.7 FM, and across the world on radioairborne.co.uk. Gary King and George Smoky Bacon with you through until the last flight of just before 4 o'clock. Back to you, George. Next, we've got next flight coming in shortly, I believe.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just listening to the radio, and we have got the BBMF on the air, which is fantastic. I understand they're one aircraft short today, so there's clearly a technical fault on startup this afternoon. But there we go. We have clear display on time. You can hear a crackle in the background. I'm just about trying to make that out, and so I make it about 2 minutes to go. And always really, really special, I think, particularly along these shores, to have a commemorative flight, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Such an important location, a huge contribution from all the airfields along the Sussex and Kent coastline in particular. And it's memorable. There's just so many stories. There's some fabulous books written about the airfields in Sussex. And very sadly, about a number of crashes. Well over 20 aircraft were downed in and around the local countryside in Sussex. More about that in a moment. Keep your eyes open, because actually here they're coming now. And as you say, it's just 2 aircraft today. The mighty Dakota, because the Lancaster is in maintenance all this year. And following in the rear there, we've got a Spitfire. It's a 5B AB 910. Please welcome the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. What a lovely sight and sound that is. Leading from the front, Flight Lieutenant Seb Davey, the bomber leader, and alongside him, Flight Lieutenant Jamie Jackson. The carrier navigator, that as well, that's Dutch Holland today. Very sadly, the Mark 16 has gone US, but I know they're busy trying to fix that, which is good news. So we have Flight Lieutenant Al Luckins in the Mark 5B Spitfire. We get a few minutes now of formation flying. I'll let you sit back and enjoy that, and then we'll get a bit more detail and action from each of the aircraft in their own solo performances. As they go out to distance on our left-hand side is just a couple of notes to keep you informed. The Dakota, as it became known, the DAC, as we called it in Britain, was actually derived from the maker's name, the Douglas Aircraft Corporation. Became one of the world's most famous military transport aircraft, seeing widespread use by all the Allies during World War II. Subsequently by the Air Force and civilian operators worldwide, going on to feature particularly in the Berlin airlift just a few years after the close of World War II. And that was the sounds in the background there of the fighter breaking off. An opportunity now to see each of them close up in their own glory. Dakota will be breaking off to come around on the right-hand side. The Spits will come through center stage. The DAC, or C-47 as it's also known, the military version of the DC-3 airliner. First flew in 1935 and used extensively thereafter by American Airlines. Recognizing the vast potential of this airframe though, the United States Army Air Command specified a number of changes to make the aircraft needed suitable for military use, including more powerful engines, the replacement of airline seating with utility seating along the walls, a stronger load-bearing floor, and the addition of a large landing door. Deliveries of the military version of the DC-3 designated the C-47 Skytrain, and that's a significant name as AB breaks off from center to change locations on the other side. Joins the United States forces in October 1941, and when production had finally ended of this aircraft, a remarkable 10,692 DC-3s C-47's aircraft had been built. Skytrain, of course, I mentioned the Berlin LFTU, and that's where Freddie Laker, that's a well-known guy who launched Skytrain, I think it was from Gatwick back in the 1980s, and he had a legacy with this aircraft as well. Taking center stage there now, the Mark 5B flew 143 operational missions in a remarkable wartime history that spanned almost 3 years on operations. Joined 222 Squadron at North Weald in August 1941. Damaged within a few days of arriving, but after repairs went on to join 130 Squadron down in Cornwall, flying convoy protection patrols and escorting daylight bombing raids. Continued to serve operationally right up until July 1944, serving with many other squadrons, flying numerous cover patrols, with the latter over the D-Day invasion beachheads on the 6th of June 1944 and afterwards. He's a true hero and legend of the Second World War, one I know that all Battle of Britain military pilots love to fly. Eventually relegated to just support duties, it famously flew with a girl on the tail. Some of you may know of this story, a young leading air crew woman, Margaret Horton, who was sitting on the tail, as was not unusual in those days, just to make sure the aircraft tail stayed firmly on the ground as it was taxiing. But the pilot took off without noticing, and of course, not surprisingly, then realized that as he was airborne, he still had Margaret hanging onto the tailplane. And what a strong girl she was, because even though it could have had disastrous outcomes, the pilot, Neil Cox, was able to maintain control, and a second later landed with a very shaken, I suspect a little chilly, Ladies Air Force crewman still wrapped around the fin. We'll talk about the Spitfire a little later on. We have another one coming for you later during the course of the air display in what is going to be a fantastic finale to today's flying. And of course, it has got the most massive legacy, stretching right back to the Itchen River and the Supermarine Works set up by Pemberton Billing. And actually, he was a marine builder initially, before then moving on under predominantly Vickers ownership. Supermarine coming up under the leadership again of famous R.J. Mitchell, who had a very talented team of individuals amongst him, one of whom was a fellow named Shenstone, who had been working with Heinkel across in Germany well before the war, who were, of course, also developing that famous elliptical wing. In this case, showing off all the prowess and aplomb and charisma that the Spitfire is known for. Making its final pass now. And as it comes to the centre, you'll see the Dakota, under Seb Davis' command, repositioning in front of you as well. Spitfire was producing greater numbers than any other British combat aircraft before or since the war. Went on to serve in pretty much all the theatres of war, and of course extending that afterwards. And was an extraordinary machine by the end of its design phase, which made a remarkable number, in excess of 20,000 Spitfires. Dakota repositioning solo for its last pass before the Spitfire rejoins. Seen here today in Southeast Asia Command markings, conducted paradropping operations on the eve of D-Day, in addition to missions to evacuate casualties and resupply forces. When the Dakota's not flying, it is used, unsurprisingly, as a platform to train future pilots and aircrew on the flight's Lancaster, which we hope to see back in the air for next year's air displays. Leader calling the Spitfire now back into formation to complete the final part of their display. Dakota revitalized the RAF's transport capacity, which had at the time been based around a number of obsolete bombers and general purpose aircraft. It's the third mark of Dakota eventually equipped 22 Royal Air Force squadrons and 3 Royal Canadian Air Force squadrons under RAF operational control. Dakotas also served in every theatre of the war, most notably in Burma, and also during the D-Day landings and the airborne assault on Arnhem in 1944. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the Battle Brit Memorial Flight a due wave in recognition of their motto, lest we forget. And remember all those brave airmen that they commemorate throughout the country every summer in Great Britain. Tracing their legacy right back to the mid-50s, when the first Royal Air Force historic flight was born with just 3 surviving Mark 19 Spitfires from the temperature and humidity of the upper air monitoring flight, with just a skeleton full-time staff, many others volunteering at weekends. And wouldn't you do exactly the same to keep these marvelous aircraft in the sky? Coming towards the end of their display now, a moment also to reflect back not just on the vast number of bomber crews who lost their lives, but also the courageous Spitfire pilots, the average age of them barely 22, most of them only living for about 4 to 5 weeks. If you survived the Battle of Britain, then you're more likely to have not survived the rest of the war. Well over 700 more pilots went on to die. The length of the Battle of Britain itself just lasting 114 days. Positioning now for their final fly past. We salute the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight.
The Battle of Britain Memorial Flight display, kindly sponsored, supported by Horder Healthcare, one of the main sponsors of the Eastbourne International Airshow. Good afternoon if you're listening to us on 87.7 Radio Airborne, via the internet as well at radioairborne.co.uk. Listening to live commentary of day 2 of the Eastbourne Airshow. Lots still to come in the next couple of hours, and a reminder as well, plenty going on here in Eastbourne this evening as well. There is the Bee Gees tribute show with Staying Alive. It takes place 8 o'clock tonight at the bandstand. Tickets are available at the Seafront office, or you can go online at eastbournebandstand.co.uk. If you have to leave though, a reminder that the last bus for those parked at the 5 acre field, the last bus will depart at Cavendish Place at 7 o'clock this evening.
Well, thank you, Gary. Bring us up to speed there, what's going on. Thanks to Radio Airborne as well for joining us here in the box for the first time. We're trying this, and I think it's going swimmingly well indeed. Well, we're going to change genre completely in just a couple of minutes' time, but we've got a very short gap because coming up next, going upside down, inside out, and thrilling us will be Richard Goodwin in the Jet Spittle. Oh, I'm so chilled out this afternoon. It's just terrific. That breeze is perfect, isn't it?
Just like having an aircon unit in here.
Yeah, you enjoying yourself?
I'm loving this. This is absolutely brilliant. Being with you, the weather, the view is brilliant.
Frontline view of all the aircraft.
Exactly.
You can't get much better than this, can you? It's absolutely terrific. I wouldn't mind being commentating from out on a board out there.
Well, maybe
actually,
next year. Maybe next year. That's a plan.
I did do it from a boat. I must admit, I've done it from a boat a couple of times. Big displays in Southampton when all the Queens were together many years ago. The Cunard Queens, that's what I'm referring to, of course. Big fireworks displays and red arrows and everything. Yeah, it was great fun. And the trouble is, it started to rain, so I was absolutely drenched when I got back. But it's altogether different. What a wonderful summer we're having.
I mean, the weather last year was good as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we're barely a third of the way through, so there's lots more action to come. We're just waiting. We're listening to Richard Goodwin checking in with us very, very shortly indeed. Then we've got more vintage formation flying, 2 lots coming up together. A spot for the Royal Navy, you'll be glad to know, and that's when we're going to test their youngster who's waiting to tell us all about that. And then, of course, a wonderful finale, which I'm not going to expose all of that to you just yet. But look out to the right-hand side now, because here comes Richard Goodwin in the most phenomenal pit special, because it's a jet pits. Oh, what a machine, eh? And if your ears were finely tuned there, you would hear a distinctive change in the engine sound, because that wasn't just the big piston engine he's got on the front end there, but it was also the 2 little jet engines cutting in as well, giving him the phenomenal total thrust, would you believe, of 1,700 pounds. That is a huge amount on such a small aircraft indeed. Just over 1 there for the ratio of 1.05, something like that, where you've got enough thrust to keep the aircraft going up, even though it's running out of normal airspeed. It's boosted by the little jet engine on the side. Now, Richard also happens to be a past unlimited aerobatic champion as well, so he put the 2 together in this. Absolutely, it is a totally unique aircraft, purpose-built, designed, engineered by Richard himself, along with a couple of other very helpful individuals, of course, and that is why he is able to hang in the sky, as he will show you, like a Harrier. But meantime, doing all sorts of other manoeuvres, a lot of flick rolls, a lot of tumbles, lots of spins, of course, things like the pinwheel, tower of power, and even does a Christmas tree as well. Going inverted right now, though, so he's hanging in his straps, and that's when this negative G comes on. Right now, not pushing against himself, so it's fairly stable G, but nonetheless, it's very uncomfortable, a lot of pressure in your head, and of course, once again, something you train for. Using rudder to turn the aircraft inverted through the sky. Very tricky maneuver, especially to keep it absolutely accurately level at the same height. Coming out of that with a couple of fast rolls, and this machine with the extra modifications that Richard has done to the airframe, able to turn very, very rapidly indeed. The aircraft itself takes its design right back to the mid-1940s in Jacksonville, Florida, in the USA, with a guy called Curtis Pitts, so that's where it gets its name from, who designed an aircraft to compete better than any other aircraft at the time and win aerobatic competitions. And here, you just hear that roar, getting all that extra altitude from this particular one. But if you go back to the original design, it just had a very small 90 horsepower Franklin engine on it, but nonetheless it still dominated aerobatic competitions and performance for many, many years indeed, by increasing the engine size to 180. But of course, just the main engine on this produces 1,000 pounds of thrust with those 2 little 350 horsepower jet engines either side of the front end of the fuselage. So this is a very, very different airframe from the one designed by Curtis back in 1942. Here he goes with the Christmas tree. And in a moment he'll be using all that climb, effortless climb with all that power that he's got there. He'll be going all the way to pinnacle, then he will convert all that altitude with the power of the engines into speed, and that's what gives him the dynamic energy to continue these rip-roaring manoeuvres. Richard's heritage, much the same with the aircraft, goes back many years. His father was a very well-known hunter display pilot. Richard himself joined the Air Force and flew the Tornado for many years before then going into commercial aviation. But he spends most of his time in his hangar at Staverton Airport in Gloucester. And he has been working so hard, truly committed. Started out in a Christian Eagle. It's when I first met him many years ago in competitive aerobatic work. Then buying himself G-Whiz, you may remember that aircraft, a lovely red and white design, and then moving on to this particular machine. Easily one of Europe's most dynamic airshow performers. Displayed at major events all through Europe, Gibraltar, Channel Islands, Belgium, and of course in the Middle East as well. Known as the pilot who draws smiles in the sky. But he's not just a pilot, and a really seriously good one at that, but of course he's also a committed engineer as well, and just spends hours and hours of his time. And combining that, he really knows this aircraft so well because he's helped build most of it. He had a very good helping hand as well. And that was from the renowned aircraft designer Eddie Sorenman. And the combination of all that knowledge and experience and his own flying skills has brought him to the forefront of many an air show around the world. So able to use his display authorization of unlimited aerobatics to the highest level. You unsurprisingly therefore see a combination of all these specialities of his: knife edge passes, tumbles, tilt rolls, high alpha flights, double hammerhead, the tower of power, you saw the Christmas tree, and of course the hover like a Harrier as well now, with the hot rod jets on board as well. And you hear them kicking in right now. Just the most marvellous machine. You've got to be seriously fit for this, of course. Going into a slower manoeuvre now, he's brought his speed back, and this one really does demonstrate now the power that it has available, starting at a relatively low speed. Now igniting the J-pit, sliding in a knife edge across the sky into a hover position with all 1,700 pounds of thrust, slightly more than the weight of the aircraft, and that is what enables him to hover. We may see a little bit of gyro. No, he pushes it over, just taking us out of the hover. Later on you'll see a couple of gyroscopic effects as well. But significant modifications. The wings are unique, featuring a much increased wing area and massive ailerons that deliver a phenomenal roll rate performance. And also, as you've just seen, impressive low-speed handling at the same time. Main power coming from that 8.5 litre Lycoming engine. Joined now, as you can hear very clearly, the jets keeping him hovering in the sky. The actual power to weight ratio is closer to 1 to 1.1, which enables him, of course, to give you that phenomenal hanging in the air appeal. Completed most of the modifications early in 2023. Had a tricky year last year, trouble with the engines, but back to normal for this season, and an absolute thrill to see him. We mentioned both its high and slow speed, able to bring the speed back to around 55 miles an hour right on the stall, but at the same time being able to drive it up to 200, 210 miles an hour as well, thanks to all that thrust that he's got on board. Picking up his first trophy for Aerobatics more than 30 years ago. And that was flying the Hawk while he was in Royal Air Force Advanced Training. As well as Eddie on the design team, he's backed up by Colin Hales, a really good engineer. Again, knows this aircraft backwards and helped steer the release to service, not of just this, but many other aircraft, into the CAA regulatory forum. And now we see a proper hover. Listen to those jets there, really distinctive sound. Just letting it tail slide back, taking the weight off his nose heavy, of course. Colin brought his own blood and DNA from the racing circuit of his father, who used to race Thundersport saloon cars. So between the two of them, they're constantly pushing the edge, and as Richard is doing there, pushing negative G before going into a couple of flick rolls. A bit like putting yourself in a tumble dryer and selecting fast spin. Not an easy thing to prepare for, something you have to train and practice for, keep very fit physically, and it's an exhausting process. And on a hot day like this, no doubt you'll need a lot of rehydrating at the end of it as well. But a unique guy, totally committed, passionate individual. Real thrill to just to sit and talk to about his flying. Coming back into his trademark knife edge pass now. Not only do the aerofoils give you that lift while upside down, but also on the side, the fuselage also assists in providing some lift for this particular maneuver. Once again, using all that additional power. Remember, it's 1 to 1.1. Letting it hover, holding it steady. And that smoke there hanging around, just showing how steady that hover maneuver was, just the wind catching it. And now always using any dive that helps you build up the overall energy in an aircraft, not just the speed you're flying. It's all about maintaining momentum as well throughout the maneuvering of all the various shapes and rolls. Smoke in this case, once again, environmentally friendly, adding the extra aesthetics to the shapes in the sky. Doing a bit of a Typhoon impersonation there. The way to depart an air show, climb vertically upwards and put in half a dozen twinkle rolls on your way to completion. And that, ladies and gentlemen, you won't get to say goodbye, because he's climbed up so high now, he's just completed his display. And yeah, fantastic applause. I'm not surprised. He is just outstanding as an entertainer, aviator and performer at our air shows. Very lucky to have him in UK and not across the pond.
You mentioned in the commentary there about rehydration. What's it like heat-wise in an aircraft like that?
Well, I don't know if you heard Richard Tamola earlier on, who flew the Grob Tutor. He came in and said, you know, it's exhausting just flying here because he's got a big bubble canopy on that Grob, and he was pretty thirsty when he got here as well. Of course, you know, you can, not in that, but if you're just in a straightforward transit, you can have a drink with you as well. But
they won't have any fluid with them.
Well, no, it's impossible, because you last thing you want is anything remotely close to what we call FOD in inside an aircraft. Any loose articles, a danger to everybody. So no, you absolutely minimise. You only have what is essential for the flight in the cockpit.
So he's had a 15-minute display here. He would have taken a little while to come down. He's probably not drunk. He won't have drunk anything for probably an hour.
I'm sure he would have stocked up before he got airborne. But nonetheless, it is worth it, as it is for you out there on the beach. Actually, by the end of my time in the box here yesterday, I was absolutely drenched, and I didn't realise how much fluid I needed to replace it.
So there's a lot more breeze in here today than there was yesterday.
You want to see, it's not just that, but it's evaporating. A breeze is evaporating your sweat, so you're actually using more than you think, even though you feel cool.
Yeah.
So it is yet another trap to be careful of when you're out on the beach. You're feeling fine, you're feeling slightly chilled, but actually you're losing a lot of body water, a lot of body vapour. So bear that in mind. Yeah. Over to you.
87.7 Radio Airborne, or at radioairborne.co.uk. Day 2 of the Eastbourne International Airshow. Gary King and George Smoky Bacon with you through with the live commentary from day 2 through until around 4 o'clock. Well, of course, you can, help and donate to raise money to keep Airborne going. Donate via one of the bucket collectors today. They're wearing the red tapards. There's also donation points on the Western Lawns at the statue entrance, the information stand as well on the Western Lawns, and also from the seafront office by the bandstand. You'll see people walking around with buckets. You can donate online as well. Just go to saveairborne.com. 100% of your donation goes towards Airborne. Thank you as well to the Rotary Clubs of Hailsham, Eastbourne Hospitality Association, and the team of volunteers for all their support in organising the bucket collections. Another way you can support Airborne all year round is to become an Airborne ambassador. To become an ambassador for as little as just £2 a month by direct debit, and you can cancel at any time. Ambassadors receive a free ambassador pin badge each year to collect at the show while stocks last. If you'd like to find out more and sign up, you can visit eastbourneairshow.com/ambassador. Plenty of ways you can support the Eastbourne International Airshow as it continues through this weekend and hopefully as well into 2027. Right, we've got our next flight coming up shortly. George, tell us more.
Yeah, we have indeed. We're going back to the wonderful interwar years, the biplanes, the wonderful, magnificent men in their flying machines. We've got 2 lots coming up in the next slots. We've got the Stampe formation. You'll see them coming in very shortly. You may just pick them up. They're up high on your left-hand side at the moment with the number 4 trailing some smoke. Absolutely delightful aircraft. After that, of course, we've got the WingWalkers. So for me, I'm a great fan of heritage aviation and heritage flying. I spent many years flying old aircraft myself, and it's just a wonderful world to be in. There's a sort of magic about it. But more about this team now in just a moment, because we are now welcoming the Stampe formation team. It's a very graceful display, this, but it's very competent. It's maybe slow, but actually the work they do in these underpowered, well, relatively underpowered aircraft, they look very much like a Tiger Moth, but they are definitely not. There are some differences we'll reflect on in a few moments. But the precision with which these guys fly is absolutely first class for the style and type of aircraft they're in. I often refer to them by a slightly different colloquial name, which is 3 Richards and a Roger, because they have extraordinary. There are 3 Richards: Richard Ward, Burleand and Meredith, and they're joined by Roger Bishop. They all have slightly different coloured aircraft. Richard, the team leader, is in the red and white Sunburst. Richard Burleand in the yellow Sunburst. Richard Meredith in the red and white striped aircraft, and Roger Bishop in the white and blue one. And I've seen them many, many times over the years, and they perform absolutely consistently. A really superb team. The genre of aircraft actually goes back to Belgium, built as a two-seat trainer and Tutor biplane, designed by Stampe at Vertonghen. It was built under license also in France and in French Algeria as well. Pulling out of their tail chase, or as say pulling into it, as they out of that formation. Tail chasing, basically following each other, but actually a lot more technically important to pull up and put in the turns at the same part of the sky that the leader did, so that you keep the shape and style and size and length of the tail chase throughout, as they put in 2 wingovers. They convert that into what they call the round robin. It's pretty straightforward. You'll see that in a moment. So, designed in the early 1930s. First model was the 4A, which was an advanced aerobatic trainer, followed by the 4B with redesigned wings, but with the addition of a more reliable and powerful engine, the de Havilland Gypsy Major. Only 35 were built before the initial company was closed in the Second World War, but went on successfully under Reynard's leadership to build another 65. All in all, over 1,000 of these were built. Many of them now privately owned or in museums. And as you can imagine, a very, very strong performer, very much loved aircraft, particularly across in Europe, but now owned by many people here as well. And it's a wonderful machine to fly. So having completed that round robin, they're now reformating. They'll go into Vic for a moment. The leader, Richard Ward, is not necessarily always in front, but he is commanding the formation. You'll see him move around the formation a few times. And Roger Bishop there at the tail end at the moment in the yellow aircraft. Richard himself, he started in aviation as an 18-year-old air trafficker. He flew Super Pumas in the North Sea with Bristows, based up in Aberdeen, before going on to join Air Europe at Gatwick. Be flying the 757 and also the 767. Started flying Stomps in the 1990s at Red Hill. This particular aircraft he flies today in 2019, taking over from Chris Jessen as the team leader in 2021. When Richard's not flying this beautiful machine here, he's a TRE on the 787 long-haul airliner, but also flies with Aero Legends and Harvard and Tiger Moth as well. Getting my aircraft mixed up between the Richards and the Rogers. Richard Meredith is number 2 in the red and white, and it's Richard Burlians there in the yellow sunburst. Acting as number 2, Richard Meredith, he joined the CCF and completed glider and flying scholarships with the Royal Air Force. He flew with the University Air Squadron on Chipmunks. Didn't make it into the Air Force, but joined the Tiger Club and started display flying back in 1997. He was a member of the well-known and extremely popular Turbulent team, who he led for many years himself, but also displayed the Pilatus Booker Jungmann aircraft in addition to the Turbulence. Now, great photo opportunity, I believe, coming up here in just a moment, because they're going to do one of their first formation breaks. We'll maybe drop it and see if we can catch that. I'm not sure whether we will. Oh, and there it is, the wonderful formation break. They refer to it as the Prince of Wales break, after which they're now gracefully rejoin in echelon starboard. The Belgian Air Force took 300 of these during 1939, and that was followed up by a very large order of 600 for the French Air Force. 40 of them had been produced in Antwerp by Farman, and of course Farman, a legendary name in the establishment of aviation in France. But only one of those aircraft survived the war itself, which was very kindly flown to England by 2 Belgian pilots in 1941. Having gone on to be fitted with the improved de Havilland Gypsy Major engine, the BNC models were produced, or rather 150 of them were produced in Algeria by Atelier Industriel de l'Air, and replacing the original Renault engines. Very much stalwart in France and the rest of Europe in the aerobatic competitive world, possessing very light, harmonized controls, but significantly different from the Tiger Moth in that they have a tail wheel and reasonably effective brakes, but also have an extra set of ailerons as well, which give it an increased roll rate. And although the aircraft are frequently confused by casual observation, the airplanes are really quite different. One of the better known and equally legendary past display teams was the Rothmans formation team. They operated 4 Stampes back in the early 1970s before they converted to the Pit Special under the command of the equally legendary pilot Neil Williams. Richard also promised me when he gets to his finale solo performance that he's got one additional manoeuvre this year, which we look forward to. And again, even though this is in the slower domain, I think you have to appreciate it is absolutely delightful. There's a hint of romance in here as well as wonderful shapes. An expert flying. A little bit of breeze in the sky, that'll just make it a little bit bumpy for them up there as well. Stand by for the next maneuver. Here it is. The opposition Bishop break. So 3 of the aircraft will just perform a little fly past for us before then Richard leads into his own solo flying. Leading at the front, Richard Berliand in his lovely yellow sunburst. with Richard Meredith and Roger Bishop. Bringing up the rear there. Look over to your right-hand side now. You'll see Richard Ward positioning himself ready to take over the skies after his three compatriots depart off to our right-hand side. Do give them a wave. These three guys will be clearing out of the way for Richard to finish it off, and there you're getting a wing waggle from them as well in recognition. They really appreciate your response. It's a great way of showing your appreciation that you have enjoyed it. These guys, of course, working hard, practicing all season long to entertain people like yourselves up and down the country. Keep your eyes peeled now as Richard dives in. Again, still energy, even though it's slower than something like the pits. You still need that extra dive. Gives you the momentum to pull up. Looking over his shoulder now, just correcting that all is well. Checking that, putting in a little quarter roll. And out to the right-hand side. Now as he comes over the top here, just check the stick momentarily. And through he comes. Wonderful, isn't it? Lovely small piece of sky that you can maneuver this in. One of the great advantages. Here he's now checking the stick, rolling 180 to complete a half coup. Putting up now, a little bit of G coming out. Not huge amounts of these aircraft, but going in, turning right into a lovely wing over. And here now going around the outside of a very large beer barrel in a barrel roll. Wonderfully coordinated turn that. All these pilots make it look very simple, but of course it isn't. Huge amount of skill requiring a lot of experience. Very, very gentle controls on the stick and rudder to coordinate that particular maneuver. I reckon he's be happy enough to continue that all day long until he runs out of fuel. But we won't let him do that. We've got lots of other aircraft to come on and follow him up just yet. Beautiful colour scheme there coming out, catching the full effect of the sun on our left-hand side there as he completes another superb wing over. Hesitating here as he rolls it through 360 degrees. This is the additional maneuver for this year. Just losing a little bit of height as he dips down there. Finish off that, well, not quite finished yet, but a slow roll. Coming out of that right-hand side with another lovely wing over. Almost done, but not quite yet. And just letting himself hang in the straps a little bit longer there. Not excessive, again, it's still minus 1G, but that is not too brain-splitting for the majority of pilots. It's an absolute pleasure to fly. These really are a delight to fly, particularly in the open cockpit, lots of fresh air. I was heard him chatting on the radio earlier this morning. How much actually on a day like this, it is a pleasure to be in an open cockpit. Putting up again, go on there, just you hang briefly, momentary, upside down, but it's not uncomfortable. You just look at putting in that little quarter turn to go out on the B-axis. Well, he doesn't stand still. Holds it up, almost runs out of airspeed, then puts in a big boot of rudder to turn it on its side through 180 degrees to reposition back with the tail end finale of his display. And you heard in the background there, perhaps, on my monitor, Richard there just completing that outward bound with another barrel roll. Now his final fly past of the entire display and Richard's solo performance. The Stampe formation display concludes with, I hope, your appreciation. Give Richard a lovely wave from Eastbourne and our grateful thanks as he gives you a little wing waggle back. Thanks very much. And look, isn't that just the most beautiful colour scheme in that aircraft? Lovely, lovely piece of fun.
Thank you, George. This is Radio Airborne.
So, time now to get your eyes back high in the sky again on the right-hand side. Look up there, and you'll see another fabulous biplane. This one very different from our last, and a bigger, beefier, meatier aircraft in both engine size and airframe as well. Because this is a Boeing Stearman aircraft, again developed in the back in the 30s, the heyday. It was Lloyd Stearman who actually established his corporation in 1927. That was in Venice, California, where 4 initial C1 and C2 biplanes were built, but right now in the hands of the Aerosuperbatics stable and their chief pilot, Dave Barrell in particular. Man with 20 years of experience now with this aircraft and this company, just doing brilliantly well. He's varying his solo demonstration today. Normally we'll have 2, which we will on Saturday and Sunday. There with a stall turn, again, you've got used to these now. Go up, let the airspeed drop, put a boot full of rudder in, 180 degree. And it works so well. Carving lovely shapes. Once again, Ondina style baby oil, environmentally friendly smoke, and just helping demonstrate again the shapes and rolls and loops that Dave's putting it through. But of course there's no normal Stearman aircraft nor a normal flying display, because you will have seen on the top of the wing there a young lady called Emma Broadbent, who's been flying for a good 7 or 8 years now, and thoroughly enjoying every moment of being strapped, where she does not remain, because later in the course of the display she will detach from that harness and rig that she's got on the top of the wing and really manoeuvre around the wing as in the old wing walking days, taking us right back to those interwar years. The names of Ormond Locklear and Ethel Dare are now legendary amongst the development of this genre, and look at them now hanging in their straps. Referred to by themselves as the crucifix maneuver, because at the same time Emma there spinning in her harness as well. An absolutely delightful aircraft, delightful sight in the sky. But don't forget, she's facing winds up to 150 miles an hour, so it's much, much trickier for her to go through her maneuvers, because she has her own routine, while David has his routine in his mind as to what he's going to do with the aircraft. So they both work as best in harmony, and of course when they're working as a pair, they will also synchronize the maneuvers on the wing as well as inside the cockpit. Lovely rasping sound from the stem, and that's because it's fitted with a massive great 9-cylinder Pratt & Whitney radial, pumping out 450 horsepower. On the front end is a even larger 9-foot Hamilton standard propeller, and it's when those tips of that propeller go almost supersonic that's when you get that wonderful rasping sound. The aircraft itself, the engine itself was also designed back in the 30s and has proved to be one of the most reliable engines on the planet. So it's only we got one today, then Dave will be choosing his own design, this time going over the Humpty Dumpty, or Humpty Bumpty I should say, bridges, as if you were going down a country lane. You come across those little railway bridges, yeah, you pull up, G coming on, and then you lose everything, you go almost weightless, stomach rushes up to your head as you go over the next bump. Now, whilst they're doing these maneuvers, Emma is fixed in a harness. She is able to rotate it whilst being strapped, which gives a bit more agility, but her background, unsurprisingly, not just in genuine acrobatics and dance, but also in some fairly extreme activities as well. Marathon, shark cage diving, kite surface, and surfing and skydiving as well. Really at ease and in her place, absolutely delighted to be doing what she's doing. I was just chatting to her last night, big smile on her face. She doesn't mind what it is, what position they're in. She'll take whatever is going to do her various maneuvers on the top. And you see all the time, whatever she's upside down, lying down, always constantly waving to you down there on the beach. They are very much a combo team, not just the magnificent men, but the outstanding women as well of Aerosuperbatics. They're based up in Gloucestershire, a beautiful airfield, an ex-Royal Flying Corps airfield from the First World War called Wrencombe. Magnificently preserved, and that is where you can take up wing walking as well if you'd like to have a go. You probably saw the newsreel about the 97-year-old lady who has experienced her second wing walking opportunity on one of these aircraft. Well, you can do it yourself. Just go to gowingwalking.com and book your place. A lot of people do this for charity, so maybe think about doing one of these yourselves as well. Coming down now, speed coming on, pulling up, a bit more G. Will he roll? Yes, he does, and look at that. And that is made more agile and easy because, in addition to the powerful engine, which is effectively needed to overcome the drag of having somebody on the wing, this aircraft, being non-standard, also has an extra pair of ailerons, giving it a better roll rate and greater agility in the sky. None of it phasing Emma, though, whether she's doing a handstand during a barrel roll or climbing up and down from the cockpit and moving around the wing. You will have known them over the years: Crunches, Utterly Butterleys, the Gino team, Breitling, of course. Very much the same stable. Aerosuperbatics under Vic Norman dominating the market, but actually brought in by Barry Tempest and his team, and his own daughter performing as well, going on to work with Aerosuperbatics herself, and still loving the flying genre. Back in those days when Orma and Ethel were doing their daring thing, Orma himself didn't last too long, as you can imagine in those days. But nonetheless, the barnstorming era, lots of spare pilots during the interwar years, plenty of spare airframes as well, and just used for having fun, taking joyrides. And now a chance for Emma to show all the various maneuvers, first up with the Goose. Just stretching out, you see she's loosely attached to that just by a safety harness, but she's got a whole load of other maneuvers, Wind Rider to follow, and of course the Arabesque. A bit more detail on that at the moment, where she's literally maneuvering right in front of David's head, all around the forward end of the fuselage. Dave flying, as all biplane pilots do, fly from the rear cockpit. That's all to do with the centre of gravity. And Emma goes to and fro air displays around the country by sitting in the front cockpit. You can see it's a very stable platform, which is just a brilliant thing. Without that stability, it would be very difficult to do all these maneuvers. But you can see her just complete fitness there. She's classically dance trained, which helps her to execute some of these, and also has to develop very strong core muscles to be able to hold those various positions up against in excess of 100 miles an hour of wind right in front of her. Spent a lot of time in the gym. It keeps fit, of course. You need to be for this, or just generally runs everywhere. If she's not doing that, or skydiving, or cage diving, then she's spent her time hiking up and down mountains, and she just loves to be in the outdoors, doing any form of exercise, whether it's on the top of a wing or out in the great fresh air. This time should be repositioned into what she calls the Arabesque. She'll have a foot literally on the fuselage right in front of David's head. If you've got your long-range camera, you'll see her perched. You almost, yep, there we go. You see the foot literally there, and that must be quite strange for Dave Mustang to see somebody literally doing acrobatics right in front of him, not attached to the harness at all. And that is today's wing walking. She'll drop back into the cockpit in just a moment, and Dave will give us another farewell fly past. And I hope to see a lot more hands in the air this time, because these girls working incredibly hard to entertain us all. Do give her a wave. And it's just such a beautifully romantic airframe as well. There we go, there's the wing-wagon from Dave. He's wishing you all fond farewell and a great weekend. Dave Farrell in the cockpit. Emma Broadbent has now dropped into her cockpit, wishing you a great afternoon here at Airborne. And with any luck, we'll see two of them in the sky tomorrow.
Mr. Edmonds.
Absolutely outstanding, yes indeed. Music to suit as well. Well, that was just a terrific combo of heritage, fixed wing and biplane activity. A real pleasure to see. Well, we're coming up now to the second of our military adventures, having gone back in time to commemorate with the Battle of Britain Memorial flights. We're now getting closer to the front line of military endeavour, and quite appropriately on a seafront setting to feature Royal Navy aviation. I make it just a couple of minutes to run, but I hear the pilots already talking to air traffickers, which is very good indeed. But I've got Obi-Wan next to me here. Now, he's not Obi-Wan Kenobi, but he's going to be one day because he's already got a beard. And I think that's good enough to get him into the genre. And he just so happens to have been giving another young pilot earlier on, Ross Edmonds, a bit of stick. So we're really going to expect something special from this guy now to tell us all about the aircraft that's coming up next. I understand only one today, but welcome to you, Matt, is your proper name, and tell us what we're going to see.
Thank you very much. I'm Lieutenant Matthew O'Brien, here with the Royal Navy Black Cats display. Like I said, just the one aircraft today.
Yeah, okay, so we're not quite there yet. We've got to wait for the guy to appear, so don't rush off too early. Otherwise, he'll definitely be drawing the pints later on. So just tell us, what stage are you at? What are you flying now?
I've just come out of rotary flying training down at Shawbury, and then we're going on to fly the Commando Merlin with 846 Naval Air Squadron down at Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton.
And now, here he is. Off you go.
So, ladies and gentlemen of Eastbourne, if you look out to 12 o'clock at 100 feet, 300 knots, you see the Wildcat HMA Mark II of the Royal Navy Black Cats display team. So flying today, we have Lieutenant Commander Jim Fraser, Black 1. Jim joined the Royal Navy in 2001, deploying worldwide with 815 Naval Air Squadron on the maritime links. Supporting counter-narcotics, disaster relief operations, he went on to instruct with the 660 Squadron Army Air Corps and competed in the World Helicopter Championships in Russia. Since converting to Wildcat in 2017, he's held both frontline and instructional roles with 815 and 825 Naval Air Squadron, including a period where he served as the Lieutenant Commander flying at Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton, before returning to Wildcat instructional duties with 825 earlier this year. The left-hand seat, we have our observer, Lieutenant Ollie Mendem. Ollie joined the Royal Navy in 2012 as a non-graduate after a short career as a kitchen and bathroom designer for Home Base. Initially commissioning as a warfare officer, he spent the beginning of his career driving warships as an officer of the watch prior to being selected for observer training. On receiving his wings in July 2021, he went on to deploy to the Mediterranean, the Far East and the High North on a variety of Royal Navy vessels with 815 Naval Air Squadron. He's since returned to 825 as a qualified observer instructor and the Squadron Operations Officer. And our Head of Engineering, Chief Petty Officer Nick Hulland. So Nick joined the Royal Navy in 1990, serving worldwide on Sea Harriers with 801 and 800 Naval Air Squadron, before moving on to instructional roles and later deploying on Sea King operations in Afghanistan. Following promotion and transition to the Wildcat Maritime Force, he served as the Senior Maintenance Rater with 815 Naval Air Squadron, including deploying to the UAE, escorting shipping through the Straits of Hormuz and conducting counter-narcotics operations. He later returned to 825 Naval Air Squadron, becoming the lead engineer for the Royal Navy Black Cats helicopter display team. He's recently been promoted to Warrant Officer 2, which means Eastbourne will unfortunately be his final show with the team. Make sure you all give the Wildcat a big wave out into your front as he climbs away. In March of this year, the Royal Navy Wildcat helicopters deployed to Cyprus, strengthening air defence in the region. Equipped with Martlet missiles, the aircraft provides valuable anti-drone capabilities to protect the island. Replacing the Lynx Mark 8, the Wildcat has more powerful engines, upgraded avionics that allow it to be flown in extreme weather conditions all year round, night and day. These upgrades enable it to lift up to 1 tonne, giving the aircraft a top speed of 160 knots. Black Cats have been a popular fixture on the airshow circuit since 2001, when they were known as the Lynx Pair. In 2004, the team was given more support from the Royal Navy and Augusta Westland, now Leonardo Helicopters, and adopted the name Black Cats. which is derived from the linked Wildcat 702 Naval Air Squadron's badge, and also naval slang for black catting, which implies having done something better than someone else. As you watch the Black Cats display, you're watching frontline Royal Navy aviation, aviators and engineers at work. Teams made up of volunteers from 825 Naval Air Squadron and the Maritime Aviation Strike Force, based at Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton in Somerset. Black Cat's parent squadron, 825 Naval Air Squadron, was commissioned in October 2014 and is part of the Maritime Aviation Strike. They're responsible for training all Wildcat pilots and observers and looking after the flights on board Royal Navy frigates and destroyers around the world, 365. The Wildcat Maritime Force comprises of 825 and 815 Naval Air Squadron, Wildcat simulators and a headquarters element. Between them, they ensure that aircrew, engineers and aircraft are ready to support the Royal Navy both home and anywhere in the world. Wildcat's the Royal Navy's agile, shipborne attack helicopter, operating from frigates, destroyers and aircraft carriers. Gives commanders a fast, reliable and heavily armed aircraft that can find, track and strike threats in the air, on the water or below the waves. Drones, fast attack aircraft and unmanned surface vessels can appear quickly and threaten ships at range, but Wildcat is built to win that fight. With advanced sensors, the crew can search, identify and track targets by day and night. Wildcat can then engage the threat with its suite of weapons. Again, make sure you give a big wave to Jim and Ollie in the cockpit there. I can assure you they're waving back at you. And once more, everybody, let's give a big wave to our 2026 Royal Navy Black Cats.
Well, lovely to see frontline aircraft at long last, although we're going to get one a little later on from the Royal Air Force, so they might just trump you a little bit there, Matt. Now, tell me, we read it in the papers and we pretty much know what's going on. We're all a bit stretched at the moment, so roughly, where are all the rest of the Wildcats?
Absolutely, so as you notice, we've only got one Wildcat with us today. We normally display as a pair. But as I mentioned, we've had to send several aircraft out to Cyprus to help bolster defences out there, mostly the anti-drone capability. We also have several Wildcats deployed on the back of Type 45s and Type 23s all across the globe.
And that's can be a pretty bumpy ride, can't it? Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. You probably haven't done it yet, have you?
No, not yet. I'm not yet at that stage of training, so you'll have to ask Ollie or Jim about it. I'm sure it's the best kind of flying that anyone can do. Don't listen to the Air Force.
The great thing is we promote all three forces, and they're just different genres. To be perfectly honest, living on board a big floating tin can didn't appeal to me, so I stuck with the Army and the Royal Air Force. But it is a very, very different genre, isn't it? It can be pretty lonely out there, particularly if your airfield moves while you're airborne.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to say, all three services produce fine aviators. But that, I think, is the big challenge the maritime force face. And you lift off a ship, and it could be 50 miles in a different direction by the time you come back to it. So it definitely raises your game slightly.
Yeah, and particularly if you're in a combat patrol as well, fuel limitations, all the usual stuff. Yeah, and the great thing is with this one, as opposed to the Army one, you get to set off some real weapons.
Absolutely, and the other difference we've got the big radar on the front, so definitely dealing with the fuel, the weapons, the radar, it's going to keep Ollie very busy when he's deployed.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking hopefully you're both going to be pretty busy. But hey, not so. Anyway, thanks very much for joining us. We'll crack on now, and a little bit of a break for a couple of minutes before our great finale. Oh, we enjoyed that, didn't we? Great to see the guys. Well, that's hopefully we'll see the pair backing action soon around the rest of the country for this glorious summer season that we're having. It just goes on giving.
Final hour to come.
Yeah,
They've gone quick in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, it's just running on rails though. It's fantastic, isn't it? And and this last hour, really super.
Brilliant.
Really super.
I mean,
we got some fabulous aircraft now. Don't go anywhere other than just topping up your drinks, sunscreen, hats, all the usual stuff. Maybe getting a quick drink, a cup of tea or coffee, or an ice cream. I was hoping to see my chum with an ice cream today. Where are you, Tim? But don't worry, tomorrow will be just fine.
I haven't seen you drunk much in the last couple of hours, sir. I'm a bit concerned that you've not had a cup of tea.
I've been sipping away. No, I'm a tea freak during the no water. We don't have but we'll cope. Anyway, just a quick reminder of what to do later in the day, perhaps, or other important stuff.
I was going to mention. You mentioned about water. If you brought with you today a refillable bottle with you, well done. Thank you for doing that. You can refill your bottle for free at one of the refill points on the Western Lawns, also by the Lifeboat Museum, the lifeguard station, and also the bandstand toilets. When you've left the beach after today's flights, please do look after the beach, won't you? Pick up all your litter and protect marine life. Please, there are plenty of places to recycle items today. And of course, if you've cycled here as well, make sure you fill up your water bottles before leaving Eastbourne. There is plenty of things though to do in Eastbourne this evening. So if you don't have to rush off, do visit one of the many bars and restaurants, of course, here in Eastbourne. Kenny Loggins, Footloose. If you like the music from the 80s, I'll be with you tomorrow night from 7 live here on 87.7 Radio Airborne. Back with more commentary from the final part of day 2 of the Eastbourne International Airshow. After this, from the Kings of Leon. Kings of Leon, Sex on
Well,
Fire.
there we are. So quite extraordinary. They're catching us out there just a minute before I had expected, but nonetheless gracefully entering the skies. And we often say no display is complete without at least one Spitfire. Today we have two, and this one earning pride of place from the stable up at Biggin Hill, the Biggin Hill Heritage hangar. Out of that's run by Peter Monk, of course, and just rammed now with Spitfire activity. It's an absolutely marvellous place. In the hands today of an equally legendary pilot, Anna Walker, we have the Spirit of Kent, Tango Alpha 805, a Mark 9 Spitfire, which was originally part of an order of 1,800 aircraft back in April 1944. We covered much of the history of this remarkable machine earlier in the day, but it's nonetheless always just a great moment of pride that we feature such an iconic and important aircraft. And particularly in this year when the first flight of the Spitfire was celebrated down on the Itchen River. That took place on March the 6th, which was 90 years after the first flight from Eastleigh Airport. The brainchild of the entire team, not necessarily all R.J. Mitchell. We've learnt a lot in many, many years afterwards about the development of this and the Supermarine and Vickers parts that they all played in this. A combination, he was of course the team leader of a remarkably talented bunch of designers and bringing together what was the superlative machine of the Second World War. Notwithstanding perhaps the later arrival of the P-51D Mustang. Set to our own Spitfire prelude, we'll just sit back for a few moments and relish this wonderful sight in the sky. First operational posting of this aircraft was the 183 Squadron at Chilbolton. That's very close to where I live, near Middle Wallop. It was transferred to number 234 Squadron at Bentwaters in August, before being placed in storage and subsequent sale to the South African Air Force. Served with the SAF until being scrapped and laying derelict, with the remains of this aircraft being returned to the UK in 1989 and being completely rebuilt at the Airframe Assemblies unit on the Isle of Wight. Purchased by Peter Monk in '97, himself a local Kent man and his business partner. Went on to fly as the Kent Spitfire, named the Spirit of Kent. Memory of number 131 County of Kent Fighter Squadron, a wartime squadron that was purchased with money donated by the good people of Kent. Kent was in fact the first county in the UK to provide money for an entire squadron, and in recognition of this fact, each aircraft had the name of a Kent city or town emblazoned on the fuselage, with the commanding officer's aircraft always being the Spirit of Kent. Beautiful topside pass now. Anna getting a good look at you down there on the beach. Do you give her a nod or a wave? .131 disbanded in 1944, never having flown from a Kent airfield, although certain aircraft did certainly land at Biggin Hill to refuel and to rearm. This aircraft, one of several Spitfires taking part in the Battle of Britain flypast over London in 1945, and occasionally may well have been flown by its then commanding officer, Wing Commander Rowley Beaumont, a wartime ace who of course went on to be an equally well-known test pilot afterwards. The other insignia etched on the fuselage is that of the Prancing Horse of Kent, a symbol denoting that Kent was unconquered. magnificent sight, I think, for all to behold. It's true heritage, significant piece of British history and aviation over the past century. And wing absolutely thin enough, maintaining the additional speed. Of course, the speed and power of the Spitfire more than doubled by the end of its production run of well over 20,000 Spitfires. And again, Anna giving you a nod as well with another topside pass. All these aircraft treated very gingerly, of course, to preserve their airworthiness for future generations to come, so that we may savour the position that this aircraft held in our own nation's history for decades to follow. And here with the last pass, please give a nod and a wave to Anna Walker. In the spirit of Kent from Biggin Hill, the heritage hangar there, and not just a place that provides aircraft for us to enjoy and to watch, but also, of course, to fly in as well. And if you go to Fly a Spitfire, the contact details and information are in your program. A great opportunity to experience the real thrill of being in this particular aircraft, and certainly I've flown from there myself, and it's a joy to remember, and a great opportunity, and a very, very special gift for any deserving member of your family. Oh, what a great start. So we've got 3 more to come to wrap up this afternoon, and you can hear a bit of chitter-chatter on my radio behind. We're just ensuring now that this airspace is clear, that Anna is well out of the way before we bring in our next guest, and a very special one it is indeed, because coming up very shortly, we've got Sally B, the B-17 Flying Fortress. So I've just picked up, there'll be about a 5-minute gap here, so we'll just catch up with Gary.
I was just about to say, you've been talking non-stop. In between the flights, or during the flights for the last couple of hours, I mentioned to you earlier, have you had a drink? Because a cup of tea has just arrived.
Oh God, I didn't spot that.
Nice cup of tea has just arrived for you. So you enjoy that while we have music from Niles Barkley.
Marvellous. Oh, well, we're getting certainly underway very shortly. I think just a couple of minutes to run now for our next item, which is very, very special indeed. So you can understand from your programs that although we had a couple of other items, notably the red arrows, that we rejinxed the timetable with our thanks to our TSA flight director upstairs and also Bournemouth management to get a few extra items in this weekend, which has just been wonderful. The next one is definitely one of those things. And then tomorrow we're going to see another different aircraft appear as well. But meanwhile, I don't know if Philip Skiggs is around, Philip, but we've got a very useful card of yours at the moment in the commentary box. In an hour's time, it will be in Lost Property, which is, I think, pretty close to the lifeboat station. It's at the lifeboat station. So any other lost and found, and maybe during the course of the day, make sure you make your way to the lifeboat station. But right now, by the white cabin on the seafront, there is a card here for Philip Skiggs. So do come and pick that up.
Quick word about tonight. A reminder, there is the Bee Gees tribute show with Staying Alive. It's on at 8 o'clock at the bandstand. Tickets, I believe, still available from the Seafront office, or visit eastbournebandstand.co.uk. And a reminder, if for those wanting the last bus, for those parked at 5 Acre Field, last bus departs at 7 o'clock.
Well, eyes to the skies on your left-hand side now for our special visitor for the first time here this weekend. It's not just a B-17 Flying Fortress, but Sally B, a very special B-17. And a truly important visitor it is indeed, the only airworthy B-17 flying in Europe today. Based at the Imperial War Museum in Duxford, this 81-year-old warbird flies as a memorial to the 79,000 Allied airmen who lost their lives in Europe during the Second World War. Operated since 1982 by her namesake and guardian, Ellie Sallingbow of B-17 Preservation, Sally B flies with the help of a dedicated team of professional volunteers and the backing of the Sally B Supporters Club, one of the largest of its kind in the world. Maintained by their chief engineer, Darryl Taplin, and his team of volunteers, flown by experienced volunteer professional pilots, in the hands today of Peter Kuipers, and backed up by a registered charity, the B-17 Charitable Trust, something that we should all consider contributing to, because without your help, this aircraft simply wouldn't be in the sky today. This B-17G built at the Lockheed Vega production line at Burbank, California in the spring of 1945. Of the 12,731 Flying Fortresses built, Sally B is but one of a mere handful of survivors and the last remaining airworthy B-17 in Europe. This particular one never saw war service, one of the last B-17s to have been built, and didn't join the fleet of the US Army Air Force until the 19th of June 1945. Embarking then from 1948 onwards on a test career with the newly formed United States Air Force, with some modifications including a manned pod on one of the wingtips. When all this was no longer required, it was all removed and flown to Pennsylvania in 1954 to await disposal. Luckily, that was not the end of her story. It was the French Institut Géographique National who had a fleet of B-17s. They bought her for survey work, and it was based just outside Paris. And then after many years in 1975, it was then bought by Ted White to be restored to wartime condition and named Sally B after his partner, Ellie Sallingburg. And first flew at the Biggin Hill Airfair on May the 18th, 1975. It immediately became the official flagship of the American Air Museum in Britain. And every year, Sally B flies over the American cemetery at Madingley near Cambridge in tribute to the US servicemen who died during World War II. Flypasts over the former US 8th Air Force bases are also carried out whenever possible. Even when not possible to fly over, whether it be weather or something else, still a very important location to visit and well worth some time out in Madingley yourselves. Many film credits now to this aircraft. Memphis Belle, We'll Meet Again, Over Here, Bomber Crew, and of course the 2007 film Black Book. This aircraft has appeared with memorial flypasts for many veterans groups and performed at many high-profile events, including D-Day commemorations and V-Day flypasts over the city of London. Always a tough challenge to keep something in the air like this. Many, many technical and engineering issues to be addressed. So the B-17 Charitable Trust was formed in March 2000 to enable access to greater funding and keep it in the air for decades to come. Yet again, however, more engine failures took place and more demands on the budget. Celebrating the aircraft's 80th birthday last year and a 50th flying season in UK from a home base of the Peel War Museum, but not actually owned or maintained by them. And therefore, it is a tough challenge as this aircraft isn't able to take passengers flying, unlike some of the other British aircraft that I mentioned earlier on. She is instead a registered charity and is thus the only B-17 run totally on public donations and sheer passion and determination. It is therefore largely due to your public support and appreciation that this amazing B-17 continues to commemorate and act as a tribute to the many who lost their lives fighting for our freedom. That generation shortly all too sadly to be gone. Without Sally B flying in the summer skies of Europe, those memories could disappear. So they call very much for your help by donating to the Sally B annual appeal. All the money goes directly to maintaining this unique piece of living history. For more detailed information, just go to sallyb.org.uk. You'll see also the new markings on her tail, a big, tall, black D in a white square, the famous square D of the 100th Bomb Group, the Bloody 100th. Today, the 100th Air Refuelling Wing, based at Royal Air Force Mildenhall, is a direct descendant of the Bloody 100th, and is why they also wear, quite proudly, the square D on the tails of their KC-135 Stratotankers. And it is to commemorate the loss of all the young airmen who fought and died in these machines during the Second World War. A special formation with Sally B and KC-135 Miss Irish took place at Duxford just last month on the 4th of July, and will keep the square D on her tail for the foreseeable future. Sporting 4 Wrights are 1820-97 Cyclone radial engines, each one producing 1,200 horsepower at 15,000 feet. Maximum speed of around 280 miles an hour at 25,000 speed, and can cruise routinely at 150 miles an hour at 5,000 feet, with a service ceiling of 35,000 feet, and carry 6,000 pounds worth of bombs over 2,000 miles. fading chance now coming by towards the end of the display. This magnificent machine in all its glory. Credit and tribute to all involved in keeping this splendid aircraft looking absolutely magnificent in today's sunshine. There are so many legendary tales to be told about this fleet of venerable aircraft, positioning now, however, for her final flypast. A true credit to the memory of the men who flew, maintained and supported the bomber and fighter aircraft of the 8th Air Force. It's heartwarming to see that people like you keep alive the memory of what our veterans did here over 80 years ago, the impact, the graceful sight and thundering sound as she trails her wounded engine across the seafront here at Eastbourne. Sally B had all this in the air. 900 veterans, active duty Air Force and local citizens. That sound is of course indescribable, as told to us. Without the B-17, we might have lost the war. And we salute you, Sally B. Ellie Sallingbone and the team at Duxford, who keep this wonderful aircraft in the sky. A very special treat indeed.
Thank you, George. Yeah, indeed, a beautiful sight. You are listening to Radio Airborne and commentary of the day two, the final part of day two's Eastbourne International Airshow. We have 2 more flights to come. A big thank you to our sponsors, Horder Healthcare, the Lansdowne, the View Hotel, for all the programme design and airshow branding, PRG, marketing, communications, and also all the pilot transport with Caffins VW. I've been mentioning about the BG's Tribune Night, which is on tonight. If you're coming tomorrow, if you're listening to the commentary on the radio at the moment thinking, oh, I'm going to come down to Eastbourne tomorrow, it's going to be a lot cooler apparently tomorrow, but if you're planning to come down, there is a Lewis Capaldi tribute show with Lewis Capaldi, 8 p.m. at the bandstand. Tickets available from the Seafront office, or again visit eastbournebandstand.co.uk. How was that cup of tea, George? Have you actually managed to have a slurp?
I've had 2 big sips. It was absolutely marvellous, and it's a real invigorator, I can assure you, on a day like this. And love to see so many people giving us a wave here as well. We're right on the seafront here. It's lovely to see so many supporters here and enjoying yourselves as well. Do make sure you have a dip later. I was in last night, and it was still 21 degrees in the water. It was just like a cool bath. Absolutely magnificent. Well, what a wonderful tribute that is. I haven't seen the B-17 myself for a while now, but it is always a very, very special moment and has an important part to play, not just with Britain, but with the American, the 8th Air Force in particular, and of course East Anglia in particular as well. But looking ahead now, 2 other massive features heading our way. We return to Frontline Fighters, and to the sound of jets, often referred to as the sound of freedom, because we're about to immerse ourselves back in the Cold War, and who knows what might be coming our way. Yes, anything could happen, because we're about to feature a legacy from the Cold War itself in the guise of a B-17. And it is a magnificent sight indeed, from Fubar Aviation in the hands of Matthias Strama today from Poland. Keep your eyes peeled for the extraordinary sight of the original swept wing MiG-17. Fubar Operation, Aviation I should say, they're the team behind this, operating the only airworthy MiG-17 in Europe. Following on neatly in many ways with Sally B there, this unique aircraft to be flying in Europe. It's actually a Polish license-built LIM 5, equivalent to the Soviet MiG-17F, built in 1958. Made its return to flight just a few months ago in April of this year. A tremendous feat and a real pleasure to see this machine. Unsurprisingly, using far more sky than a modern jet fighter, this being an early generation, of course, aircraft. Transonic fighter produced in the Soviet Union from 1952 onwards, but operated by other international air forces. An extraordinary number of these were made, over 10,000 of them, including Polish, Czech and Chinese variants. A significant piece of aviation history. License built in China as the J5. Here, a Polish example, the LIM 6. Also being used extensively in North Korea, and having seen combat in the Middle East and Asia as well, particularly in the Vietnam War. We've seen a MiG-15 here today thanks to the Norwegian Historical Association and Kenneth Agvila. This very much a advanced modification of that very aircraft. Actually first used in the Taiwan Strait crisis in 1958, following on from the MiG-15's hard work during the course of the Korean War. This one designed to shoot down slower American bombers, but it showed surprising success when used by the North Vietnamese pilots to combat American fighters and fighter bombers during the course of the Vietnam War. I just love that pulsating afterburner flame there. It's an extraordinary sight. There's some fantastic photographs of this now online, having made its debut at the Midlands Air Festival back in late May this year. It's a really notable machine. And for me, I don't know if there's many remember Dan Dare in the boys' comic books of its period, but this is very much evocative of that period. It's the sort of, if you were asked to fly a jet, or sorry, draw a jet, then this was the sort of design that you would immediately come up with. Part of the reason for its success during the Vietnam War, this machine was more agile and more maneuverable than the American F-4 Phantom and the F-105 Thunder Chief. They were focused on speed and long-range combat, and of course the MiG-17 being armed with guns. We have much heritage in the design world, particularly through the both war periods in Britain. But we mustn't underrate the fantastic success of the Russian design bureaus. This, of course, Mikhail Gurevich, but also Sukhoi and Yakovlev, all contributing massively to the development of aviation around the world. Powered by the Klimov VK1F turbojet, and you can see Mathieu's there interspersing afterburner, carving shapes through the sky, and fortunately over the sea he is allowed a little extra flying room to put in the odd roll there, as other restrictions to swept-wing fighters remain in place over land in the UK. And its transonic capabilities allow it to reach near Mach, just over Mach 1, with a great strong rate of climb and high agility. A nose armament consisting of two 23mm cannons and one 37mm cannon. Oh, what a significant sound that is. Absolutely delightful in so many respects. We're going to trump that, of course, in just a few minutes. Matches just calling up now for all far too soon for most of us, I'm sure, his final pass. Whilst its success against the early American fighters was good, it wasn't, of course, against some of the British aircraft that followed. A lovely topside pass now. A wonderful MiG-17 in the hands of Matteo Strana. Very much the standard fighter in Warsaw backcountries in the late 50s and early 60s. But brought by many other countries, mainly in Africa and Asia, or those neutrally aligned or allied with the USSR. Carried on flying for an awful long time, right up until recent times with many other smaller republics. And a wonderful achievement to get this back in the sky.
Thank you, George. Yes, one more flight to come on day 2 of the Eastbourne International Airshow. A reminder, as you leave the beach this afternoon, please do take away rubbish with you. There are recycling points kindly provided by Environment First, and so please do pick up your litter and protect marine life. Also, as well, if you see someone with a bucket wearing a red tabard, please donate because it keeps Airborne going for another year. If you've bought a program today, thank you. And also there's more details as well on how you can become an Airborne Ambassador. Support Airborne Ambassador all year round. Become an ambassador for just as little as £2 per month by direct debit. Cancel at any time. More details at eastbourneairshow.com/ambassador.
Get your heads ready. Hold on to the dogs and the kids. It's going to get noisy very shortly. You know what's coming. Well, joining us very shortly, we're eagerly looking out to our right-hand side. We're expecting him, but he may just surprise us. Such is Tom Nation and the mighty Typhoon. But there's a few seagulls there. We just need to push out of the way to allow him to take centre stage. Coming from Bournemouth today, at no doubt a high rate of knots and enjoying every minute of it. Yes, the mighty Typhoon representing the very front line, current capability of the Royal Air Force. Massive amount of armaments, huge capability, a really clever digital aircraft indeed. And absolutely fitting, we should be closing today with this. A knockout display, and the Typhoon just keeps on performing. It's remarkable how many years it has been since those early test flights and displays in the mid-80s with the Eurofighter design, but nonetheless, it has certainly proved its weight in gold. A massive array of armaments housed on its 13 hardpoints, which you'll see during some of the bends that Tom will perform here today. Call sign Dragon 1. He's a flying instructor on 29th Squadron. They're based at Royal Air Force Coningsby in Lincolnshire and expected any moment now. Don't get a lot of time to say much. Such is the sound, noise and feeling of those massive, great EJ200 engines producing 20,000 pounds of thrust each. A formidable power array and a formidable fighting performance this aircraft has. Brakes to liftoff, just 8 seconds. Brakes off to 35,000 feet and Mach 1.5 in just 2.5 minutes. Able to withstand G-forces +9 to -3. Capable of flying up to 60,000 feet. An amazing performer this aircraft is. Fitted with its own defensive aid subsystem, a Captor radar, ASRAM, AMRAM, Storm Shadow, Brimstone weapons, a paveway for laser, guided 500-pound GPS bombs, and of course the 27mm Mauser cannon as well. All of that pumped in with huge amounts of data into the cockpit. A multi-class, multi-role combat aircraft. It is designed to be aerodynamically unstable in subsonic flight, and we'll see him get close to that. We're just calling up now to get his current position. I can hear the chit-chat in the background. The combination of pilot and onboard systems provides an aircraft superlative in a combat scenario. And here the radio comes into life behind me. The magic words, commence display, are given, and a great opportunity now for you to experience frontline operational capability. If you get the time afterwards, take your kids to go and talk to the teams behind us on the western lawns. An absolutely perfect display aircraft for the Royal Air Force. Used, of course, and procured to secure the skies of the UK and to defend the UK's interests overseas. Pilots from all squadrons at Coningsby routinely doing their duty on standby 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to protect the nation's coastline and airspace. Top speed of Mach 2, that's 1,500 miles an hour. Very sadly, we got a speed limit around UK of just 600 miles an hour, so of course not able to go supersonics. That would hurt an awful lot of people, animals, and a fair amount of windows as well. But nonetheless, you'll see the mighty power of maximum rehate of 40,000 pounds of thrust. Prepare to be amazed yet again by Tom Nation. In the Royal Air Force Typhoon display, please welcome Dragon 1. So arriving from the right there, just 100 feet at 600 miles away, miles per hour. Tom aggressively breaking up and away from you outside there, pulling 9G, that's 9 times his body weight, but feeling very comfortable there. He's almost got a full G mitigation suit on him, coming back in another tight turn. Up and down to 4,000 feet in just a matter of seconds. And you can really feel the pure power of this aircraft. Going out from our left-hand side there in that high G barrel roll, but pointing back to us, accelerating the jet back up to 400 miles an hour before he pulls hard back on the stick. In this one, he'll show you the underside of the jet, and you'll see all those hard points where you can put all that armament on board. Terrific piece of work. I see slightly different maneuver here. Wonderful. Pulling up into the hard loop, easily getting back up to 4,000 feet before descending back towards you. This time he break away into what he calls the double corkscrew. Going out on the 45 there, you can see right up the jet pipe there. Really demonstrating the sheer agility of this marvelous machine. Pulling hard once again, G coming on, 8-9G as he pulls it back around that right-hand turn. It's Tom's 6-year-old stepson that apparently came up with this next maneuver. He's called it the Reuben maneuver. Coming back now, building up 500 miles an hour, rolls the jet through 450 degrees. Look at that, wonderful. Quick hesitation on the knife edge there. Completing a derry turn before pulling yet another 9G. Got a little bit of help on board. We'll see that demonstrated ably a little on when he slows the jet down, but he's being aided by his onboard assistants and of course all that information. But this time now a max rate outside turn, pushing hard, 3G minus, and that is a very, very uncomfortable maneuver. G mitigation doesn't do anything for you when pushing negative G. You just have to grin and bear it. Converting to a max range turn, now experiencing back up to 9G, you can just feel what those changing in pressures may be like in the cockpit itself. Himself a Welsh lad, he joined the Air Cadets as soon as he could at 13 years old, learned to fly with the Volunteer Gliding Squadron, becoming a gliding instructor at just the age of 16, so he's had this in his blood for a very, very long time indeed, but enjoying every bit of it, as all the pilots do up at Coningsby. Joined the Royal Air Force proper in 2015, going through initial training and then the elementary flying on the Grob that you first saw, top of the show this afternoon, streamed fast jets, and joined the Tucano course before then going on and getting his wings on the advanced flying training course after that. Inverted now, hanging in his straps. Again, not too uncomfortable training it, just putting in a roll there halfway along. And going back into positive G. Much more comfortable position despite the amount of G that he's pulling. Mitigation suits, both chest and legs, of course, but also some very special socks on board as well. But of course, he can't hear the noise either, right up at the front end there. It's a very comfortable, roomy cockpit. And I think you can almost feel the carefree handling that pilots of the Typhoons often refer to with this machine. He flew initially with 6 Squadron, the flying can openers as they're referred to, up at Lossiemouth, but then went off on operations in the Middle East on NATO air policing in Europe after that, and also deployments to the Falkland Islands as well, and latterly also Australia and Germany. He took part in the famous 70th formation for the Royal Flypast, and then was posted on to 29 Squadron. His role now to teach the next generation of Typhoon pilots how to fly, but most importantly to fight the Typhoon, and that is the difference in military aviation. It's all about getting the sharp guys to the front end to fight the capability. Taking but a very short breather as he gracefully pulls up into a very slow, high arcing barrel roll. Look how quiet that aircraft is now. Very, very unusual to have a machine that can come back so slowly from twice the speed of sound to around 120 miles an hour. It is absolutely unique. Stick back in his chest, but of course all the little bits of extra computer help he's got on board, making sure that he doesn't push it beyond its performance limits. See little canards just twitching away as well, maintaining that very fine control. Quite an extraordinary machine with that amount of thrust available, giving exceptional acceleration and instantaneous and a sustained turn rate that he so ably demonstrates. Absolutely outstanding, and I'm guessing that is complete because we have a bit of a cap of airspace over us owing to Gatwick Airport. He would normally wish to depart vertically, but in this case 600 miles off to your right-hand side. An absolutely outstanding performance from Tom Nation and the Royal Air Force Typhoon. And that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is the conclusion of today's flying. And what a day it has been. Absolutely magnificent weather once again, but with some real special extra attractions this afternoon with Sally B and, of course, the Typhoon joining us now for the rest of the weekend. It's just going to be outstanding. If you are moving off, please make sure you've got all your belongings with you. That includes, of course, the grandparents and the children as well, and most importantly, all your rubbish. Please dispose of it sensibly. Plenty of areas where you can do that. Go carefully. But, of course, don't forget the evening entertainment as well here in Eastbourne.
Plenty going on. Thank you, George. It's been a great, isn't it, the start of this evening. We've got lots going on, and including, of course, the Bee Gees.
Yeah, well, that's not all. There's also some activity, is there not, at the theatres as well?
Congress Theatre
yeah, the
as well.
Congress Theatre and at the theatre itself with Stepping Out.
Exactly.
That sounds an awful lot of fun to me,
Yeah.
let alone...
Karen from Strictly's performing in that.
Is she?
Indeed. But if you're not into that, just go and enjoy the bars, the restaurants, all the places you can stay in Eastbourne this evening and enjoy the weather, as well as some great food and some great venues.
It is a super backdrop. I don't know about you, Gary, but I'm going to go and get my swimmers out and dump myself in the ocean once more.
And you're back tomorrow. What time is flying again tomorrow?
I suggest you all get here by about 12:15, 12:30 latest tomorrow. I'm hoping to have another chat with a few other guests, but flying is around about 12:45. There's always a little bit tricky. Sometimes things go US or we have to jiggle the program around.
It's going to be cooler tomorrow, isn't it?
And it is going to be cooler, and then a little bit cooler again, but still in the 20s all next week, I think, by the sound of it. So just absolutely outstanding stuff indeed. And we very much wish you a terrific evening and hope that you all have a wonderful night. And right now, time to hand back to our friends in Radio Airborne to get you safely home. Good night, everyone.
Have a good night.
Hello again, everyone. It's Luke from Aeroreview TV again. So thank you to everyone who tuned in today. We've had a great day of flying with very little breaks. Me and Chris up on top of the tower are absolutely roasted now. It's been very sunny, and yeah, it was a great day of flying though, so I hope everybody enjoyed. So just a reminder, we've got another 2 days of flying still to come. We've got much the same tomorrow with some additional aircraft as well. We've got the Firecat, which will be doing a water bombing demo, hopefully over the Wish Tower. If we can put a request in for that to keep us cool. But yeah, and also, you know, much of the same fantastic displays as today. So do make sure you turn on notifications if you haven't already. That will notify you when we go live, so you don't miss anything. And yeah, just as earlier we mentioned, we have got a premium watch service. So if you want to support our free live streams, you can sign up at watch.aeroreview.tv, and as a bonus, you get access to our premium programs, which are highlights of the air show, edited into about an hour and a half program with cockpit footage, interviews and other exclusive material which you won't get on the live streams, and it just saves you having to watch through 6 hours of live streams over 4 days. So yeah, do check it out as it helps us out a lot. But even a like and a subscription on YouTube goes a long way. It's free to do, so make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already, and we'll see you all tomorrow.